the Vawulence space.
This is the Vawulence space.
Many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. Many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. Many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. Many people they suffer they go. To listen to
the Vawulence
oppression. We dey pray to possess our possession. Yet the country they slave for recession. Many people plan not to jack bow. But to get one thing I want us to know. Who go come fix our Niger? Many things where I don't see. Many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. Many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. Many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. Many people they suffer they go. Everything in life like competition. Now the priest they meet up for confession. Holy Ghost I'm a for protection. And I just go spend all your progression. Many people plan not to jack bow. But to get one thing I want us to know. Who go come fix our Niger? Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many people plan not to jack who go come fix our life?
This is the Vawulence space.
Who go come
This
fix our
is the
life?
Vawulence space.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, friends and foes alike. Welcome this evening, this special Thursday evening to the Vawulence space. It's another beautiful, amazing Thursday evening from my side. I don't know what the weather is playing from your side, but it's an amazing evening from my side. Thank you to every single one of you as usual. I call the first respondents. Thank you for always coming out here on time. Thank you for always making sure this church, this mosque, this shrine, this atmosphere of violence is always up and running. Thank you to my brother Jimmy. I see you always early. Thank you to every single one requesting for the mic already. All our regulars, I see you all. Thank you so much, guys. It's another wonderful evening. We always come out here as we always do Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. But this is another wonderful Thursday evening, and we are here again. And yet again, we are here, as usual, to talk about issues. For us on this platform, as we have always said, and we have gone back to status quo. And status quo is what? Addressing national issues as they come out to the front border, bringing Nigerians coming out to come out and speak until we are ready to do what we know we have to do right. But until then, we will keep talking, I will keep speaking, I will keep drumming it into the ears of Nigerians to wake up, for the time has come. Thank you to every single one of you, as I always say on the platform. You are welcome to the Vawulence space. If it is your first time of joining us, you are welcome. And I promise it won't be your last time. You are here. We are about to go ham. And if it is your second time, it is because you enjoyed what you heard the last time and you are back here. Welcome again. And if it is your third time, you are now a regular. Thank you to every single one of you listening to me from the Vawulence Space radio station. Thank you to every single one of you listening to me from the from our YouTube channel, from the Vawulence Space Facebook page. Thank you to every single one of you that have joined us across all platforms. All of you putting us out there, bringing in people into the room. We know that there's fatigue right now. There's apathy. There is space apathy in the air. Nigerians are tired. Many Nigerians have lost hope. Many Nigerians are losing hope. But we shall continue to hold the fort, continue to speak out, continue to be here till our people get back their energy and come back and find out that we are still here holding the fort for them. So my people, it's very, very important. I say thank you to every single one of you. It is going to be an amazing Thursday evening. As we can see, the topics are straight and clear. And on this platform, we always do this every time we come out on the platform. it is important I lay the ground rules before we get the space up and running. Always, 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 I say this, I emphasize it is sacrosanct. We're in a lawless country right now, but on this platform, there are laws, rules, and regulations. We will not follow our leaders. We will not follow what they are portraying for us. We have created our own path, building up a country whereby a new Nigeria, whereby dignity, rule of law matters. And on this platform, it is sacrosanct, it is important, it is compulsory, it is mandatory, it is a must that when you come into this platform, you share the space, you like the space, or you retweet the space, and you let the whole world know that the number one space on X is up and running. And as usual, we are taking no prisoners. So if you're not joining us for the first time, hit the like buttons, share the space, get our people into the building. Let us get this space running. Thank you to all of you that are complying, Y2K compliant. Thank you to every single one of you that have been that are doing as I'm speaking right now. I'm seeing the numbers go up. Let's get it up. Let's get the people into the building. Let us talk about issues, very important issues. I think with that I can just easily transition into my submission. So, guys, one more time, thank you so much for coming out on the platform today. It's going to be an amazing space. It has always been on the platform. I will just start with this. I think what happened on September 6th, is we are seeing the fruits of what happened on September 6th. And for the past couple of weeks leading to September 6th, we always emphasized and spoke about the importance of judicial precedence, the precedence that is being set or is about to be set in our country. We kept speaking on it on this platform. We kept hammering it on this platform. And it's not as if we were not aware or were not sat. We did not know it was a likelihood because of the people that we're dealing with. But we're feeling that this generation, this fading out generation that are in power right now, that has held Nigeria to ransom, that has kept us where we are today, that we are so blessed, yet so poor and so cursed. We felt that this generation would have sat down and thought it wise to do what is right, even if it's just for once. Abundance of evidence, overwhelming evidence before the court, and we kept on hammering. They were coming here, they were listening. We kept on hammering on how important the decision they make that day will set a precedence for the future of this country. It was never going to be a one-off incident. It was never going to be, okay, let's just do this guy own, and all of a sudden, okay. No. Whatever you set that day, automatically on that ground, on that premise, you have created a new foundation. We kept on saying this, we kept on hammering on this, we kept on talking about this. But alas, those 5 criminals, Samani, Ugo, Bolaji, Ada, and Muhammad, those 5 criminals that will end up in jail or in firing squad at the right time, or looked the other side of justice and gave Nigeria a resounding L. And that was the day democracy officially was buried in the country, because he died on February 25th. Officially, it was buried on September 6th. And after that day, honestly speaking, I just said to myself, I say, every other of these other cases, there is nothing, anyone, as it stands in any case in the country, there is nothing, they just don't hope for anything in judiciary. Because you will never get justice in an unjust society. There is no more justice. Going to tribunal is even just find what you can do. Because I'm looking at, I said, if you tell us a man that it has been proven, we brought before your court, you came out and you say, oh, we should forgive him. A man that you saw everything, all the information are out there of his money laundering, scheme for drug cartels as of 93, a man that perjured himself in his INEC form, a man that cannot come out and prove his certificate, that is presently fighting for his life right now. We can see it. He's pleading with his, as of today now, I think Jim Ogi was that breakdown on CSU. I think they're meant to release his documents today. They've had to file a last minute plea. Please don't release it. Nigeria Judiciary saw these things and gave this man a pass. And that was the moment I knew that if you like, every case in court in Nigeria that has to do with forgery has been.
Sorry, Saddam. There's going to be an emergency hearing this afternoon, 3 a.m. Public can call in. I'll see if I can call in and put it on speaker so everybody on the space can listen to it. So it's being held by another judge entirely, just for the emergency blockage. They want to find out why they don't want him to release it. So that way everybody can listen to it. Back to you.
God have mercy. So I now ask myself, I say, I make this reference every time on this platform. I say this all the time. I say, if I was not just a third class candidate, a student, let's say a pass, in my school they call it let my people go. That one I'm saying you don't day school. Yeah, some people that are in my university, they don't day university like 13 years, 14 years, 15/4, 16/4 for that. I'm not playing. If you go to UNN and then confirm, see, some people, there's one guy as when I left school, 22/4. Every day, go where his baggage is, go come down, you go say, hey God, if they come our student area. Those kind of people now, school go don't look and say, this guy don't too try. They'll just free him. They will now do do so many things to help the guy, and they do. There is certificate, what they call let my people go. Even if you ask Bola Ahmed Tinubu, your certificate in CSU is let my people go. Is it not enough joy? Is it not a testament that a man that came out with let my people go can rise up and against all obstacles, against everything, you rise up to the very top and become the most prominent man in the black nation? Your story will inspire other people. But alas, we all know why you don't want that certificate to come out. And your people say you're a first-class student. And if you're not a first-class student, now you suppose they pay. They tell court, release them. In fact, print it in 1 million copies and share across Nigeria for people to read and let this thing end once and for all. What are you hiding? We brought all these things before the appeal court. And we were so confident that even in the face of injustice, even in the face of these criminals, these 5 criminals, that they will not see, you can't see all these prayers and tell Nigerians that Bola Ahmed Tinubu escaped all of them. You guys are crazy. But it happened. And that was when I just had that this Nigeria. I just said, And I remember the picture of this man, the Enugu man, when he went to Aso Rock. He went to kiss the ring. I said, oh God, it has happened. It has happened. I didn't come out, I didn't say anything. I just said, any judgment that is coming for forgery, it is all over. And you see the hypocrisy of Nigerians. See our hypocrisy, because I like saying that we are hypocrites. Nigerians, we are hypocrites. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We are hypocrites. We all came out and crucified that little girl, that 19-year-old girl. I've been a 16-year-old girl. Where they call her name, mess from out. We all came out, one kill him. Kill him, die, kill him. This is just a perfect scenario of Nigerians. You see a thief in the market, you go and steal. I'm not condoning stealing, even though it is now legal in Nigeria. Before they say Saddam condones stealing and is encouraging stealing. No. It is a legal practice in Nigeria right now. If you steal, if they catch you, tell them, please don't shoot me, don't beat me, don't molest me. Take me to court. Go to court and prove that stealing is legal in Nigeria. It is not legal. You will see somebody stealing in Nigeria, Nigerians will gang the person and give the person jungle justice. And while giving the person jungle justice, you will see the criminals that will drive. You will see all these criminals are stealing your daily your daily bread and stolen your destiny and are stealing the destiny of your children. They will drive in their convoy and people will be hailing them. Hey, you'll be hailing them. It's exactly what happened in Mesoma. The same people that killed Mesoma here on social media, we killed everybody, inclusive of myself. The same Nigerians that killed and destroyed that girl are the same Nigerians that celebrated the criminal and are telling CSU today, do not release his files. We are protective of the criminals that are destroying our destiny while we are all Pontius Pilate and all righteous over ourselves. It is crazy where we have found ourselves as the people. And today just confirmed it. And I made a tweet yesterday and I was like, I see Nigerians. My brother, Jimmy would say it's misplaced priorities. I see Nigerians protesting across the country. And big ups to them. Honestly speaking, I'm actually so touched by the loss of that young man, Mubad. The guy, if I don't think anybody have gone through his videos or his song and you won't connect with his spirit. And truth be said, he has a very strong spirit also. Big ups to him. And I always say, may his soul rest in peace. Why people say may his soul not see rest until his murderers have been brought to justice. I wish so. I pray so too. But we're in an unjust country. We're in an unjust country that the judiciary has died. Left for me, I would have said, left for me, seeing Nigeria I know today, I would have just said, why even exhume this boy's body? Why even go through all this stress? Because Nigeria and our movie, all these things are just things that they use as the act. They will just find way and say, okay, let me play the story that will happen before it happened. When it happened, people will remember that I said it happened. We talked said on the violence space of what will happen. That guy that was videoing him in the car, that was crying, my body's dead. That guy now, they will catch that guy. They will catch that guy, and the guy will now confess that so and so people send him, blah, 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 blah. Him and the nurse, one thing. They will parade those ones for you people and give you people as presumed justice. They will now calm down. But you see those key players, my brothers and sisters, forget it. Just forget it. They might go a step further. Maybe people agitation gets harder. They might go a step further and say, okay, maybe we'll catch that similarity. Maybe we'll just catch that similarity, still bring them in, just do like say one thing. In Nigeria, all it will take is 1 month, they will say. 2 months, they go tire. They already have our one way, mixing, throwing some religion, throwing some tribe, throwing some little thing. Similarity now from so and so, similarity now, just throwing some little division tactics inside it. Boom. I will not be surprised that before December, Naira Marley will drop a hit song for you people. And we will dance. There's nothing that surprises me in this country anymore. It is unfortunate truth of where we are. And we have to start getting uncomfortable with this truth and tell ourselves this truth. I say this all the time, we must start learning to unlearn and relearn a whole lot of stuff. That is where we have found ourselves as a people. So for me, I'm saying this, all those coming out shouting on the hashtag justice for Mohbad, you will not get justice. Forget it. You will not get justice because Nigeria is an unjust system. And if we don't treat this unjust system right and we don't take back this country, I am saying this all the time. I say this all the time. I am not here doing unity call, unity this. We don't need everybody in Nigeria to be on our side. All we need is 10% of, what is even 1% of Nigerians that are ready and say, across all divide, from the north to the south, to the east to the west, across, 1% across. We have taken back our country. The numbers are not much. But when we begin to realize what we have as a people, which I believe that is my calling going forward, nobody should disturb me with other calling. My calling is to be waking people up every day. Nigerians, 1%, wake up, 1% wake up. If we do 10%, if 10% of Nigerians wake up to our duties and our rights and truly become active citizens, we won't be in this nonsense before. We won't be in this nonsense before November. We won't be in this nonsense before November. And so after September 6th, some people were laughing at us, some people were mocking us, some people were making jest of us. And I remember that popular saying, first they came for the Jews, I'm not a waiting. And I know, I'm sure all of you know that this thing. Then they came for the this, and I'm not a this, and I kept quiet. Then they came for the that, and I'm not a that, and they kept quiet. Then they finally came for me. They came for the obedient, and articulate, and the mechanite. On September 6th, you people were laughing. They say, it's justice. Then unfortunately, when I said they came, I'm talking about the system. The system now came for a young man. So if you see some people not acting like, they're not sending these young boys death, please do not take them as if they're not human beings. Do not look at them like they're not human beings. No. Nigeria has happened to them in different ways. Then they came for Abba yesterday in Kano State. Then they came for Edo guy in Enugu today. My people, I will not be surprised if they say they want to go for our man Oti in Abia State. In fact, we have been getting fillers since. I'm saying it now because for me right now, any news I get, I'll just come out and say it. No point hiding or mincing. I will tell people now they are planning on how to remove Oti from Abia State. Make una know. Because for these criminals, nothing should work in Nigeria. You people have no right to celebrate good governance. You should wallow in pain, wallow in penury, wallow in suffering, and hail and serve their feet. Lick their feet, lick the feet of them. I saw some of our people, your parents were hailing El-Rufai. You are now hailing El-Rufai's son. Your children will hail El-Rufai's children. You cannot aspire. They are creating wealth for themselves, for their families, for their... it is crazy. And you see Nigerians go out there and worship these people. It is just... The education we have to give our people is something that I, honestly speaking, am willing to die on. We just have to educate Nigerians. The elites are not your friends. Stop jumping around elites, hoping for one or two things. How I go fit get contract? How I go fit get that? It is better for you. If you're the only rich man in your family, you are poor. I don't understand. I don't even know how I'm going to drum this thing. But guys, no wahala. And yesterday, we got. I'm going to just go straight to our brother David Hundeyin. We saw what happened yesterday. He had to come out and make a video. Apparently, you guys should not understand what we are fighting against. How important we have to stay the course. How important we have to speak out. How important, because they say a closed voice is a closed destiny. I am happy he came out yesterday and made that video for Nigerians and for the world to see. And for the world to be able to hold people responsible. And I'm using this as a medium to, probably there are one or two Ghanaians on the platform, to please lend your voices for this young man. You cannot trace, the only thing he has done all his life is expose evil, expose wicked government, expose corruption, expose crime. How such a person is an enemy of the state can only be achieved in 2023 in Nigeria. Someone that should be a hero, that should be given hero status for what he has done, is someone that they are doing everything possible to destroy. So for us on the platform, our heart goes out to our brother David. Hopefully, I believe things are going behind the scenes. things will work out for him. He has spoken out. We now know what they are planning. Then he had kept quiet and they had whisked him into the country that they did Nnamdi Kanu, and would have been on the backlash crying and say, "Oh, David, how can we now say free? We'll not be trending free, David." No, 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 no. It is important that he has spoken out, and we will not trend free David. We are not trending free David. We are not saying, "Don't touch him." To the criminal drug baron, David did not send you to gangs to be selling drugs in America. He did not influence you. He did not tell you to have fake certificate. Allow that young man be. There are consequences for our decisions we make. You laid your bed, lie on it. It is simple. All right, guys, welcome to the Violence Space. I'll allow Jimmy to come in with a CSU update much later. I'm not going to say much there. I think I've already said a little bit about it. All I'm surprised is that why this man is making sure or doing everything possible to make sure that his records are not released. And also, I will end this with a call to our Nigerians in diaspora. Sorry, Nigerians in USA. Nigerians in USA. Especially, if people say I drag people too much. Our Democrat brothers, please, please, please use your platform wisely. Help us and call out the man that is occupying the White House. Let him. How can look? Do people understand what it means that a man that is worse than El Chapo, Pablo Escobar, came into America and is living for free? I don't care his status. We don't want anything immunity. Tell them, please, Democrats, tell American FBI that we Nigeria, on behalf of the Nigerian people, we say remove the immunity and people should have been screaming, arrest this man. A criminal has come in this country free of charge. Why is it if that man leaves America without being arrested? Una fuck up. I saw una fuck up. Una suppose mobilize, make they arrest that man for America as he they enter. Before he leaves, they arrest him because there's someone that has 2,500 pages with FBI. I think our last place, I don't know who made that analogy of the Bible having 1,500 pages. Somebody has 2,500 pages in FBI. Now he mean enter on a country free of charge. Now what do I mean go? Where is he going to? The later he has a work in Nigeria, he don't get work. Arrest him. So please, there should be Democrats in America. Please do your work. Let them if he escape.
Saddam, that guy no fit come Chicago. He no fit come Chicago. They no born in Papa well. Then go carry him for airport. That useless diplomatic nonsense where they carry go Washington DC and New York. Now New York in there now. He no fit enter Chicago. He know him. They no born and well. Then go carry him. He no fit enter Chicago.
Is he in New York?
My brother. He in New York. I in New York. People dey hotel. People dey hotel area. One person where I sabi go hotel area. See Alake that one dey for lobby. They call that one name. That one they look and see who be you. They no sabi about na. I don't want to disclose the person name. The person they gist me. They New York. No. The name of the hotel where in dey sef. May I give the name of the hotel where in dey right now. They now this hotel in lodge. 1 minute. He lodged in Regis, Saint Regis. Saint Regis, that's the name of the hotel. Saint Regis. And the person saw
Nigerians in
Saint Regis
in New York. Nigerians in New York, please go and visit him in St. Regis and tell him to please surrender himself. Surrender himself to the FBI, please. People should get because una they what they pay them say una they worry Nigerians back home. Rightfully so, worry them. But you people also should do something. Please, if now even one person go there, go make noise. Just make noise. Use breaker. Just do video. Show your disapproval of that criminal. That's a freaking criminal. And then I end my own. Guys, welcome to the Violence Space. I see all our regulars. God bless you all. And one more time, big shout out to you, my brother Steven. Still was he commiserating with you on the loss of your dad. Please stay strong. Love from us on the platform. Guys, welcome one more time to the Violence Space. I think I'm going to pass the mic right now. Let me keep it on the same my heart. I'll say much later in the space. Thank you to every single one of you on the platform. Thank you, my brother Wembley Ninja. Thank you for joining us. Jimmy, I think I should pass the mic to you. Then you will come to Wembley Ninja now. Or that Jimmy, you have the space. Good evening and welcome to the Violence Space.
Good evening, Saddam. Well meaning. Pearls, I see you, my lovely sister. Steven, Oga Steven, Omoaka, Auntie Bolanli, Madonna, Omega X, and Kadede. I see everyone. Good day, guys. God bless us all. I don't really have much to say. Saddam has actually covered most of those things. I just want to make sure I get myself in a position whereby when the court hearing starts, the emergency court hearing, I can connect it with my other phone. I'll call with my other phone. I'll call the court with my other phone and I'll put it on speaker so people can listen to what is going on. I just tried the number now. It went through, but the host have not started. I entered the code as well. So I would like people to have the benefit of hearing the live update from the court. So that's just one of the major things I'm working towards. Now, Kanu's judgment. I made a tweet about it yesterday. Kanu had tuwo for breakfast yesterday, and it was hot. You know, people said it was hot. Some people say it was cold. It was hot. And I love the way the whole thing is going because they want that energy to circulate the whole country. So when the ignition starts, it will circulate. Every region will have a reason to go out. Every region will have a reason to step outside. Personally, this whole justice for Mohbad, well, it's good, but trust me, nothing is going to come out of it because a lot of people are trying to use it to achieve whatever protest they want to get. But let me, as Saddam said earlier on, at a point in time, they will see the writing on the wall and they will know where this is heading to. And what are you guys asking for? Justice, Abi? Okay, fine. They will either arrest these two guys and guarantee their safety, and they will tell you guys they've sentenced them, come up with a story, and everyone has gone home. You guys, you're satisfied after that, right? So it seems like I've been having back and forth with a lot of people. Saddam, can you cover for me like 1 minute? An important call is coming in from New York. I
Please
won't
take your
give
call.
all
Take your call.
updates
Take
from
your
New
call.
York. I beg.
Go on, bro. Go on. Please come back when you're. All right. Let me connect for myself. I think me I just did. I see. I just open my. I see pictures. Omo now when I back for go this protest. This guy protest. Nigerians. I just want to add this here again one more time. I like. I'm saying this so that everybody will be hearing it. Everybody should be hearing it. There was no space organized. There was no crowdfunding. There was no calling out. I did not even know how it started. People, Nigerians, mobilized themselves and started doing protests across different states for a young man that unjustly lost his life. What does that tell you? If you have any sense in you, is that Nigerians know the one where they pinch them. Nigerians know the one where they pain them. And I'm always happy when I say this on the platform. I've been saying this for the past couple of months. I said, when the problem that we start Nigeria, when Nigerians will kick off, and I've asked my friends when we have this argument. Many of you are here. I tell you, I say, any protest that you are doing that does not touch the North, it's not a protest. What are your plans for the North? And I have always insisted that protesting is going to be a what? An organic event. Nigerians, you will see it happen. And you see something with a criminal organization is that a criminal organization does not know when to stop. Bola Tinubu will not know when to stop. They will steal judgment across Nigeria from the north to the south to the east to the west. To hell with you guys in Nigeria. But the reactions he will get will trigger that this thing people are looking for. All we can do is to keep talking about it, keep holding ourselves responsible. And when it will happen, I always say it will happen from the north. I've been saying this thing for months. So how will it happen? I say, don't worry. When it's set, it will be. Jimmy, your hands are up. I think you can continue right now. Go on, my brother. Jimmy, are you there? Oh yeah, well, Jimmy, if you're ready, just unmute your mic and speak. Or make you know beside I gag you. If you when you're ready, you want to come, you want to speak, just unmute and speak. Probably you don't know, you cannot hear me, but when you are ready, please unmute and speak. So, guys, as I was saying, before bringing speakers, I'm sorry if I pass the mic to Helmi Nigeria. I've been saying this. Jimmy, you can unmute and speak, bro.
Oh, okay. I just come back. I was getting a back and forth call. I was on the phone with Jackson. He just left New York now, so he wants to be on the phone as well. When it happens, so he was asking me if I would want him to come here or Mindset Space. So, but he should stay on Mindset Space to give them the update, and I'll be here. So the thing is, what people don't understand is the system in this country is different. There will be a deposition on Monday. And the deposition on Monday is actually meant to be for Chicago State University to be in the courtroom, Atiku's lawyers to be in the courtroom, and Tinubu's lawyers to be in the courtroom. Now, Chicago State University will now swear on the oath that all the documents they've presented is true and nothing but the truth. Meanwhile, they're meant to release the document today. So this is how it works. They're meant to release the document today. So Atiku's lawyers can now pass the document to their forensic team. Their forensic team will now be the one to do the analysis on the fonts, on every single thing that has to do with documentation, the dating, the ink, including the ink where they take down. So based on that, they will now write a report before Monday to let the court know that there is discrepancies amongst this documentation. They will list out all those things and they will call them out for what it is. So what they're meant to do on Monday is to submit those documents and swear on the oath. And this is one thing Americans don't joke about. When you swear on the oath, it is a federal offense. It is a state offense in America here. You swear on that oath and they now later realize what you said was a lie. That is guaranteed 5 years. Confirm legality 5 years. And they're not ready to do that. Now, this is another funny thing about how system works here. You see, they have a solid system in this country. God bless America. And you cannot take that away from them. So, if Tinubu wants to say, I hear say now Judge Jeffrey, they handle that case. So, my fellow Nigerians, not be Judge Jeffrey go handle the one where they come on Monday, another judge, and we don't even know the judge. We don't even know the judge's name yet. Because what happened was when I heard about the deposition coming up on Monday, I went on the website and I searched on there's a way you can go about it. If you click on the judges, you click on it and they will bring you a calendar they work with. They will show you the calendar of each judge and cases they handle every single day from the date and the time it will start every single day. So the moment I heard that, I just went on the website. I clicked on John Jeffrey T. Gilbert. The name wasn't coming up for Atiku and Abubakar and CSU. That's the title. And I was wondering what is going on. And I got to understand from Mr. Jackson that it's on Monday, and we don't know who is going to preside on that yet. And the reason why we're certain it's not going to be Jeffrey is simply because all the case, Jeffrey doesn't even have a case on Monday. That's another thing. Jeffrey has a case on Tuesdays, Wednesday, and Thursday. So they cannot just change the calendar like that. And they have about, I think, 12 to 15 judges in that courthouse. So going through all the judges and their cases, it's a bit tedious for me. But I will eventually find out the name of the judge. It's not a problem. But this is just to let you guys know that they have a transparent system that won't even give you the chance of knowing who to bribe. And I said it the other day. The moment the judge made that judgment, they will have other people that will now go through. If there is any complaint regarding that judgment, they have a system whereby they will go through that judgment. That was there any bias in this judgment? Was there anything unusual in this man's judgment? They will scrutinize it. That is check and balance in a system that works. God bless America. And when people say God bless America, and I too won't copy them. I will say God bless Nigeria. Mbo not even blessing. God has already blessed us. But guess what? Criminals, as they've taken over the blessings of that country and they are hoarding it. And you see what religion would do to that, and that's the reason why I don't respect any of these useless front-running religious leaders in Nigeria. They are all stupid people. The Islamic cleric, they made a statement today. When are they here? Challenges facing Nigeria are from God. Are you listening to mad people? Are you listening to mad people? You came into power. You pushed for Muslim ticket. You campaigned for these people. You gathered together. You were telling people in your mosques. You were telling them, this is the right person. This is a do or die. If we don't get him, it will be the beginning of war in Nigeria. You said all those things. You bamboozled people. You fooled them into voting for Muslim ticket. Now they don't vote. And you're now coming to tell them that everything going on in Nigeria now, everything is coming from God. So when I cuss these people out, don't get me wrong, they are men of God. And they are people God speak to. They don't have private jets. They don't have all these luxuries that you see all over the place. There are people God speak to, and their churches are not filled up simply because they don't dress in designers. I'm not saying there's no God, and I believe there are some pastors that God really do speak to. But I don't want to say front runners. I want daddy GOE. I want motivational speakers. Olori buruku. I want bouncing looking GOs. One died the other day, and his son he put there. So are you telling me there is no younger pastor that is qualified enough to stay there? Nigeria. As then they finish, then they put their pikin there. As then they finish, then they put their pikin. When they watch, they go. So una pikin go come they do it. Una pikin go they worship them. Una pikin go they do it. They worship them. That is the standard they are setting in that country. If you don't break free from bondage in that country, good thing going on in Nigeria now, more bad. I am now seeing celebrities. Davido too don't enter streets now. I'm seeing celebrities. They want justice for the boy badly. No one came out for people that died. Now, the people that were coming out were people that the thing was actually affecting directly. Naked women from Nasarawa with their breasts hanging all over the place were on the streets. People were dying. And the same constitution that put every single one of us together was murdered. No one came out for it. Well, I wish them good luck. But what happens after they get justice? Is that the end? Okay, we'll see. Kanu, Ekpele, Ekuroju, Ole Jetuwo lana. Enugu, ẹ̀yin ti jọ̀pá lẹ́ni báyìí. That's good. What people don't understand is this. What Tinubu did. The man is a businessman. He invested billions of naira and millions of dollars into this presidency. He invested billions of naira and millions of dollars into buying the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Elokole. So you see the money he invested. Eh? If you want to be a shareholder, you have to kiss the ring. You will go and kiss the ring and you will sign contracts. If he spent maybe, for instance, $1 billion, like that one where they go now, you go sign contract, say in the next 4 years, I they owe you $100 million. You don't sign them, kiss the ring. Oh yeah, which judge they in charge? Oh yeah, Ariwola. Tell them what they go talk there. You must favor this guy. That is what is going on in Nigeria right now, in case you guys don't know. All the money he spent, this is how he's going to get his money back. So I think back, but subsidy don't follow to do for what I. The subsidy that flew away on the 30th of May, don't fly, come back now. Hey, you guys don't understand what is going on. The kind of injustice going on in that country right now. You never understand. Hey, we never understand. Last time David that shouted yesterday. David, you know what did happen? My people, Ghana don't broke. Hey, if Tinubu tell them, say, give us David $1 million. One man, what David is daddy? Ghana is broke. Well, what's all right? Once he war relegation, Ghana as a country, once he broke. People are now in the streets in Ghana. They've already arrested 30 people. They are ready to die for their country. And what are they protesting for? Poor governance, poor money management, everything we've been shouting about here. Ghana, what did they get? They don't really have much natural resources besides gold and some, agricultural products. But Nigeria, we come here, arty, mouth don't they pay us. We don't talk about natural resources. CSU go come here, don't explain all the natural resources. Where me, I never used my ear before for this life. I hear everything. And we get them for Nigeria. I beg. You claim you went to a university. In fact, you were the best student in the whole country that period. You were the best student in America as at 1979. You came out in flying colors. What is that thing in your certificate that you don't want us to see, Biko? How bad is your results? Okay, you lied that you got A throughout, but it's not A. Okay, no wala. What did you get? Is it F parallel? It no matter to us. Bring it out. Let us know that you actually went through school. That's number one. Number two, if you can't go that school, safe, did you graduate? It's one thing for you to go to get registered into a school. It's another thing for you to graduate from that school. It's two different things. So you enter the school, fine. Even though the school said in court, I was in the courtroom. The school said, well, through their lawyer, they don't have a record of his passport. And you called yourself international student. They don't have a record of his passport. They don't have a record of his birth certificate. They don't have a freaking record of his driver's license. They don't have a damn record of how he paid his school fees. But guess what? He paid his fucking tuition fees because they paid by cash. And they don't even have a receipt to show that, yeah, you paid for school fees. Here's receipt. And he graduated from your school. Okay, fine, no problem. So when he graduated, man, you see, Chicago State University, they don't understand what is about to befall them. They don't know yet. Because right now, a lot of media are now beginning to pick it up. They are beginning to focus on the news that what is going on in Chicago? What is going on in Chicago? By the time they start hearing the madness going on in that school, people will start speaking out. People will start speaking out. Here, you see one millionaire at one place where go just say, I want to get a bottom of this. They go just drop money, bam. Oh yeah. They want to know the truth. That is where we are right now. International disgrace. Our president. CSU should be ashamed of themselves. I get university, or I'm the president of a university, and one of our alumni is now a president. Gbogbo newspaper Nigeria ni ma fún gbogbo ẹ̀ ká sí pé I want people to come to my school. I will put it out there. He went to our school. This is his picture. Oh, this is my picture. This now when he graduated, this so everybody will come out. They will want you. It will be a bragging right. But you know, as then they try to prevent them, it is trying to prevent it. They should carry on. They will see how it's going to end. It's just how many minutes from now? Couple of minutes from now. Yesterday, when they gave the Kanu judgment, I saw some Hausa people. They got their kettles. They were doing ablution. They put their mat on the road and they were praying. So right there, they believe it was God. They pray to God that God should give them justice. So what happened yesterday was justice. God has answered their prayer. To them, God don't answer their prayer. Say, hey, we pray to God and he heard us and he has answered our prayers. That is how they've used religion to captivate a lot of people in that country. They've used it to bamboozle a lot of people in that country. Are you seeing how Saudi Arabia is treating their citizens? And when I go pack na bag, Hajj, now they go Hajj. Umrah. The people who get religion safe, they not do ritual. They take good care of their citizens, even visitors in their country. I was speaking on the development in the Saudi Arabia recently. As hot as that place is now, the king is now telling them to put umbrellas all over the city now. They did it around the mosque area. Now it's all over the city now. Emurasi. You guys should just keep pushing. Someone came to my DM today. Say, Oga Jimmy, don't worry. I know you're already on the space. I'm not going to mention your name. Say, Oga Jimmy, please, I want to leave this country. How can you? How can someone leave this country? There is no hope for a common man in Nigeria. These people don't rate us at all. Please, how can I leave? Do you have any legitimate way I can just leave this country? And I told the person, I'm reading the messages as the conversation came through. I said, I have two options for you. And the person said, okay, tell me. I said, number one, I can hook you up with someone that would defraud you of 5 million naira. Number two, fight for your country, hit the fucking street and get your country back. The person did not really take my response serious. But what I'm trying to point out here is that, you see, some people would rather leave that country than actually going out there to fight for their right. Some people actually believe, it's better to just leave the country. And by the time everybody leaves the country, well, you leave it to the people that will now hit the country, chop everything to the ground, and let me see. What is going to happen? Nothing. But then again, the ones we in diaspora, we already have families here. Some people were born here. Some people have kids here. But you want us to come back. Okay, no, we are coming. We are coming. Because where we are right now, we are not complaining. Me, I am very selfish. One of the major reasons why I want Nigeria to be better is because I want to go back to that country and invest. That is my selfishness. I don't know what yours is, but this is mine. Moving forward, Nigeria will not get better if we don't do the needful. That's just a fact. It will not get better. Nothing will. They've shown us that they are mad. And they are testing the waters every single time. They are testing the water every single time. I'm repeating it again. Even if everybody had agreed at that point in time when they did the madness they did during the election, after the election, with what I'm seeing right now, trust me, nobody's still going to come out. Nobody is still going to come out because people will still be crying for money for mobilization and everything. But with what I've seen so far, with what I've seen so far, number one, I don't even know see people plenty like that for Elisha. Now they see people for Elisha, they do night for candle night for Mobad. This is, man, it is a beautiful thing. The guy's spirit is strong. They're fighting for him. That is a beauty. It's a wonderful thing. But let me be the bearer of bad news. Nothing is going to come out of it. Nothing is going to come out of it. Because the foundation at which you're demanding for justice was not actually justified. That foundation was not justified. The same foundation that killed justice in the country is where you're demanding justice from. They go just look, they go do sakama for now. OT law, to the answer. What you guys want to hear. And Sisu got it right. One man should give away 5 million naira giveaway. Wọ́n bá ti release single kan tó ti jẹ́ hit back to back. Àwọn ọmọ ayé wọ́n tún ti gbẹ́nu sí. Wọ́n tún gbé Big Brother ìmí jáde fún yín báyìí. Ó ti tán nìyẹn, ó lọ nìyẹn. Ẹ ti forget ẹ̀ nìyẹn, ó ti tán. Àwọn suya pọ̀ Nàìjíríà. God damn it. No problem. We'll see how it's going to end. The shameful part is that somehow in APC's e-bats and e-togs brain, they don't find it strange that why, okay, this man saying go school, so why is he fighting it? Why is he so agitated? Why doesn't he want the result to be released? Their brain is not asking them that question. Or they'll be telling you, it's his property. If he doesn't want them to release it, he doesn't want them to release it. You cannot fight it. No, don't do that. You cannot fight it. Go and learn. It's politics. Don't be emotional. Ayé yìí ti bàjẹ́. Tí ìníyẹn tó ń bá yín sòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀. Ó ní gbogbo yín ti burú. It's an international disgrace. Do you know how the judge said when they feel? Say, hold on, what is going on here? Blocking certificates from being released. Certificate, me body. I've never heard it before. No problem. He wants to go down and he wants to push Chicago State University with him. No problem. So be it. So I think that's it for now. The money he has invested, he needs to get his money back. And anybody that is in that carcass with him that wants to get their money, that wants to get judgment, they have to go pay the price. So Kano has already started their wala. We don't know how long that is going to last, but we'll see. We'll play along. We'll be here to watch what is going on. But you see, Nigeria, we nothing worry. You cannot play cool with these guys anymore because they've shown what they're capable of doing. And the only reason why they did that judgment through Zoom is simply because they know Kano people. Those ones are ready to just die anytime. Those ones go there. You kick their cows, they're already ready to kill you. And the judges, they knew what was about to happen yesterday. And someone said it on a couple of spaces. Okay, yeah, Mr. Steven. Mr. Steven say very soon now. They don't try now. They see say Zoom don't work. The next judgment now will be WhatsApp. Another one, they see say that one too don't work. The next one will be text message. It sounds funny, but it's true. Oh yeah, it sounds funny to people. They don't say, okay, they don't do this Zoom one now. Just leave them. Okay. The next one we'll try it. WhatsApp. The other one will be through Instagram Live. Instagram Live. You don't know when you sit down, when you're in your regalia and in that wig, there is a command that's been invested in you. When you sit on that seat, on that chair, there is a certain amount of command, authority that has been bestowed upon you that you are sending out there as order. Did you guys read the 31 pages of judgment that was passed by Judge Jeffrey? Did you see the last bit? The last line of the judgment he wrote at the concluding part. Did anyone pay any attention to that? He said, "It is so ordered." That was what he said at the end. It is so ordered. Bam! That's when they hit their hammer. But no, for Nigeria here, now through Zoom. Maybe the guy said they toilet, they shit. Just do Zoom, put laptop for your front. That is how they belittled Nigerians. Saddam, they laugh. And they tell you, maybe they drink fura, they give the judgment, say. That is the level at which we are now in Nigeria. So, Nigerians, the ball is in your court. I'll be doing my little bit. I'll be tweeting. I'll be giving you guys hints. I posted a video about a protest that happened in, was it Hong Kong? Besides the fact that they were doing different kinds of they were coming up different kinds of ways to protect themselves and to, go on offensive. The educational part of it was what they were actually saying. The warnings coming out of their mouths. The interpretations. Are you reading the video? Couple of them were saying, no one is going to come out to help us in our country. We are doing this because it's the right thing to do. We are doing it even if we have to die doing it. And another one says, the most powerful strength we have is the fact that we have no leader and they don't have anyone they can target. I'll put it on the Jumbotron for people to just watch. It's a very short documentary. They were coming out with different types of ways at which they prevented themselves from getting caught. They did everything they could to stand their ground. People need to start watching that. But Nigeria, well, people, they enjoy life. They don't want to die. They love goat meat. They love gbegiri soup. They love amala. By the time they count like 10 spaghetti sticks, give everybody household now. But everybody matudake. To. Eku suru. Eku suru. They use water, they push and they go like that. Everybody go do okay, right? Last. Thank you guys for coming. I don't have much to say. I'll be waiting till when the court hearing starts. When it starts, I'll probably just raise my hand and I'll connect it to the speaker so everyone can listen to what is going on. And from there, we'll know what exactly we are expecting before the end of today. Thank you so much for coming, guys. Let me yield back to Saddam or well-meaning now. Thank you, guys. I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Amazing submission as usual. Before I pass the mic to Wellmean Ninja, guys, thank you. Welcome to the Violence Space. For us joining us, it's the Violence Space. Please share the space, like the space, retweet the space. Let's get people into the building. I just want to read a tweet. From a man I respect so much. A man that has stayed on the issues up until now. Daily Faro to me, we all know him. He said the myopic idiots have been ruining Nigeria from the beginning of its sorry existence. But Buhari has managed to do what nobody has ever done before. He has normalized criminal impunity and installed a career criminal in the presidency. I think I said this the last time on our last space, how it is so difficult when you see nations. I will not come out and say there are nations that have had criminals as presidents. It is a normal thing. In fact, the worst of the worst always come out for president. It's normal. But when you see someone that with the whole baggage of Bola Ahmed Tinubu that has come to limelight in the course of the past 1 year, seeing his whole attachment to the drug cartels and everything, no nation have had such a person. A man that you cannot trace his background. Everything about the man is tainted. There is nothing you can touch Tinubu and say that it is that there's no controversy around his age, his birth, his name, his gender, his occupation, his job, everything about that man has controversies upon him. Every damn thing. You don't reward. So when we're writing the history of Nigeria, Buhari has to. He's the worst thing that's ever happened to us. I think we one day have to remind ourselves of what that man did. For him alone to allow this criminal take over from him, it no go better for him and in generation. It no go better for him. All right, guys, let us go on. I'm just saying this as I pass the mic to Nigeria. Please, there is no low. A criminal drug baron will not go. They will go to the lowest low because for them, it is absolute power. They don't understand any other thing than absolute power by any means possible. Well, Nigeria, my brother, good evening. You're welcome to the Violence Space. How are you doing today? You have the space.
Thank you very much. Sound check, sound check. Um, Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energies, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our country? Why we stand aside and look? Some said it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing the song of freedom? All right, Saddam, Jimmy,
I'll
like
continue the jam now. They go, me, I want sign in. I don't come on my pen now
Attention,
with my DP.
so
I want sign in.
we don't sign when we
Jimmy
reach.
never released
all
album for
I've
me
ever
since.
heard.
We don't start. We don't
Oh.
start now. We don't start now. Jimmy never released album.
Hey, wala day. Anyway, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Jimmy, Mommy Bolanley, everybody in the speaker section. Then good evening, Enoge Steve, Enoge Atokpeyi, Domosa. Miss Pearls, Nelu, Mommy Madonna, Anka Dede, Honorable Adora, Liberty, Dunke, now wow, Mary White, all of now. I greet everybody. Shiloh, I cannot call everybody, sorry. All right. So I think personally, I don't know if to be, I don't know if to laugh or if to be sad, if to be, I don't know how to feel, but I legit feel pain for Nigeria. So I don't feel pain for myself, to be honest. Um, to be, I mean, to an extent, I was just thinking this evening, and I just told myself that how better I would feel if I can just know that everybody that supported or that supports Peter Obi is going to be okay. I wish there's a way for me to just know that okay, they are going to be okay, so that I can laugh and watch the political carnage that APC is about to do tonight. I just wish I can just, I can just maybe because I think the only thing that can hold me from laughing now is just my sensitive side. In fact, I have to be sensitive to the pains of the collateral damage that will be done to even people which is by far a larger number. The collateral damage that will be done to people that didn't support this mess, and they have to also suffer for it. During the road to the PPT at the appeal court, there's one phrase I often said. When people come and say things like, "Oh, what are our LP, senators doing? Our poor 7 or 8 senators that we are managing. Or what are our House of Rep members doing? They should speak up. They should. What are they doing there? They should, I if for people that listen to me across platforms where I speak on
from either one MMC, violence space, or maybe some other obedience space that is hosted every now and then, where we have conversations. I often told people, I often said this, that I think for me, the I always said this, that the beginning to the end of all our problem, that's how I felt. The beginning to the end of all the problem in Nigeria was resting at the time at the appeal court. And I guess maybe some people thought maybe I was overestimating the importance of, maybe some people felt after all that there will still be a way. Maybe, highest if they do that, of course, there's still a way. Um, it's just that that way now is a way that is not really within, is within our control, but still not within our control, right? So I yesterday, so I think for the past 2 days, because I've been slightly relatively busy, I've not like been so active online. So, but I come every now and then when I'm free. So if you go through my TL, you discover that I probably just make tweets at a particular time, and you probably know that's when I'm probably free. So I've come online at different points. So yesterday I came online and I saw the Kanu state judgment, and I was like, I don't think I was surprised. I was not surprised because it's a reflection of what I expect APC to be doing. As it is what, and I think I saw a GKMS tweet where he said um, Enugu, they were going to give judgment today, and I was like, okay. So the truth is, I think I've said this a couple of times, even on open space, that I even had more confidence in. For me, I really had concluded. You know when we say, "Oh, Peter Obi has a strong case," or Atiku has a strong case, or the case against Tinubu are strong. The case in Enugu is 10 times stronger, and this is very honest. I know, and this is not. I'm just telling you the reality. The case that the court just knocked out in Enugu is 10 times stronger than whatever Peter Obi and Atiku put together had in the presidential petition. And it's even easier to deal with because that's just a state election. I think what really made waves today was people thought the real problem was that the courts upheld, as in the court didn't. People think the real problem is really just that the court didn't, acknowledge the fact that Peter Umba submitted a forged NYC certificate. That's a problem. I mean, for me, that particular part of the case is very heavy. It is if I were to put weight to it, is as heavy as probably the presidential petition itself. Do you know why? I mean, maybe Atiku's case for what's it called? First certificate, Tinubu's first certificate. You can say, oh, well, CSU is playing hanky panky, right? CSU put out a statement and said there was Tinubu attended their school, and although they didn't specify and all that, right? We can say the custodian of the certificate are being fraudulent, they are complicit in the crime. But that was not the case in Enugu. The case in Enugu is that the NYSC DG, who was a DG under Buhari, and I mean, maybe it was still because it was under Buhari. I mean, this is not, a Buhari credit thing. I'm just trying to differentiate what must. The real point I'm trying to make is that DG, if I don't know the process of selecting DG, but I'm expecting that they will be removing him soon, most likely. So that's a given. But I'm just trying to say the only reason why I could have done that then was because, to an extent, he probably didn't have an allegiance to of course, it's a PDP candidate. He didn't think he need to have an allegiance to a PDP candidate, right? He's not APC, right? So he didn't. The Bola Tinubu that was coming in at the time illegitimately was APC. So I'm sure he just thought. So my point is that the DG NYC himself on live TV stated categorically that Umba's certificate is forged, is a fake one. And it's not a fake by mistake. We went on to find out that why Umba said he was serving in whether Lagos, he actually had a political appointment somewhere else. I think whether in Enugu or somewhere else. So it was obvious that it's not only a case of maybe he served, they mistakenly gave him a false certificate. He really didn't serve. He really didn't serve. So,
well meaning, I beg.
yeah.
You see that point there? Then they talk, say, they don't argue, say maybe not fake or no be fake. They are not saying it's fake, it's original. They are saying it doesn't matter. You don't need NYSC certificate to become governor.
Exactly.
And for you to get NYSC certificate, you need to have gone to school. You need to have graduated to do NYSC. So indirectly, you don't need to go to school to become governor. Back to you.
Oh, no, I'm just trying to because sometimes I think the problem is that it's not a problem. It's understandable. So some of us will just see headlines online and maybe just stick to the headlines or a summary of what someone else reported. We don't go beyond that. I'm just trying to emphasize it so that people will know the new law, because what happened today was a new law. So if you thought PPT was a law, this is a new law. So this is a lower than the lowest. This is almighty lowest. This is it. So my point is that the NYC DG himself proclaimed that the certificate is forged, or the NYC whatever is forged. To further back it up, NYC was subpoenaed to court and they sent a representative. I would have thought that because Tinubu is our president, maybe they would shift ground. They sent a representative that came to affirm that, and that's what the court knocked out today. And like Jimmy said, I think one of the I think, because the truth is that I don't bother reading in depth again, because I just really feel like these people, they are going to do what they want to do. That's just the fact. So I read online like today from the brief report AG came out, a couple of people, like Jimmy had said, that one of the two reasons they gave, or one of the many reasons they gave, was that first, it doesn't require NYC. It's not a requirement. It's not a constitutional requirement. So the point is, for people that may be, and I think maybe some of us know this, for people that may be, but that may not know this, truth be told, he didn't need to submit an NYC certificate. It was not required. But the point is that from the moment he submitted it and it is forged, it was going to count against him. It should count against him by Nigerian law, by not Nigerian law, by previous Supreme Court judgments. But today we had that. But that's not a case of emphasis. Do you know? So when I saw that, I was like, okay, it's fine. Maybe they knocked that off. Let me see what they will do about the election. For those of you that know what Enugu State election result was, you know that Umba supposedly, INEC gave Umba the victory by less than 4,000, about 3,000 something votes. And it is why, to be honest, I used to tell people that among all the petitions in this election, Edoga's petition is the easiest to win. Edogas would have won his petition 20 times, or Peter B or any other person will win their own. I told people that it's the easiest. Do you know why? Edogas so won Enugu, they could not rig it so badly. They only had to rig it enough to just win by 3,000 plus. And you know the only thing Edogas needed to do to just show that is what is fake, was to produce the result of 13 local government. What am I saying? 13 polling units. You saw what? Okay, some of us read the PPT. I'm trying to tell you people the new law, because I've heard people say, oh, the legislature, oh God, APC is going to do what APC is going to do. See, you saw in the PPT judgment, what the judges said was that, the petitioner should have produced all the polling unit that they are disputing. They should have produced witnesses, produced tape, tabula, do whatever, like every polling unit, right? That's what they said in PPT. But what I'm telling people is that thing the court said in PPT, that's what Edoga did in Enugu. Edoga produced just 13 local governments where they were overvoting, just 13. And they went far to pressure INEC. If not, that Edoga himself is a strong man. They went far to pressure INEC. INEC was hiding from giving them the beavers. But they pushed. And they got INEC to give them the beavers. But INEC was still playing Aki-Paki. INEC came to court with the beavers. Some of us don't follow this thing. INEC came to court with the beavers. And they got to the INEC staff that came. I don't know if it was even the rec that came, but the person that came to court claimed that, I think from one of the things that Ejikeme and a couple of people reported, that he claimed that, the beavers, they couldn't, it was locked, it was this and that. But as an INEC staff, adopted that the report that was produced from the beavers, which is what Supreme Court said in Adeleke and Oyetola to be what should be required to prove overvoting. APC code. So they said, so because of that judgment, I think that's why Edoga went that far to pressure and bring the beavers, bring a beavers report. Don't give us backing. We don't want backing. Bring what we extracted from the beavers, and they brought it. And from that 13 local government, I think Ejikeme even published some of them. You will discover that some polling units, the way PDP rigged it, or whoever rigged it for PDP, some polling units would have we have 0 accredited voters, but PDP will have 900 votes. Some 0 accredited voters, 700 votes. So by the time you had just that 13 polling unit, 13, not local government, not ward, not 13 polling units. Edoga will already be the winner. Just cancel those 13 where there's obvious overvoting. After the court have said you need to talk by polling unit too, that's what the court knocked out today. So my point is that when we say, when topic says the death of the judiciary, I think, because if someone dies, from what you've seen in the Bible, maybe they can arise. I don't know. But I think the judiciary is, I don't know if they are, if it's death, I'll be very happy. So maybe they can rise again. But we are in a big problem in Nigeria. And brings me to Kanu, what I saw happening in Kanu today. And, I think I just saw it on the timeline just now. And I'm like, it's all good. But I really just want to tell us that what we are seeing now, it is state capture happening right before our eyes. Because I don't want it to be that by the time we finish, some people will not say, how did we get here? No. We are seeing how we got here. This is how we got here. We are in how we got here now. We are here already, not here, because we are there. We are seeing it. It's just really sad. Because I just think, and not really for myself, right? I just sit and I think, and I'm like, APC is creating a new normal in the Nigeria political space, and we are all watching. As we are watching it happen, as it's happening live. Normally they watch some of the things. Normally all this kind of thing you read it in books. They should have done it. Maybe they do it very hidden and other secretly. Then you investigate it and now write a book. They will not sit there because is that what happened? No, we are seeing it happen. We will not need book to read this. Nobody needs to write any book. It's happening right before our eyes. APC is turning Nigerians' democracy, everything that Nigerians stands for, is turning it on its head. And we are all watching it happen in 3D or even 4D. So It's okay. Oh, it's okay. Kind of done their own today. I don't know if they will sustain it. Let me see if Enugu will do theirs tomorrow. But one thing is certain, and it's the fact that APC did not come to play. So if you think APC came to play, or this ball, especially this Bola Tinubu's APC, if you think they came to play, then it's okay. For the video, then I'm glad he did that video because I'm just glad he did that video because it needed to be out there so that it will also help in doing a lot of things. At least now, that was just an intelligent. Let me not go into more detail. That was an intelligent move to do. Then I think for CSU, I think the only thing I need to say about CSU is how ashamed I was. Yeah, how ashamed I was with when I saw the judgment. I was really ashamed. As in, I was just ashamed for a while. I mean, are we not? So I don't go lie you because a couple I said me one would be racist. Now, I say this melanin. There's a problem with melanin. All of us, these are our black skin. There's a problem with it. Is it not? I mean, there's corruption everywhere.
My brother, no be our black skin, a Nigerian problem. Other African nations not standing up.
Aye.
Are they not black skin? Our problem is that they have used tribalism and religious bigotry to hold our parents ransom. And young people like us have taken over from them, our parents. That's our problem. Don't blame black skin way. Blacks, Senegal, don't be then come out. Don't be our brothers from Nigeria come out, say we no grey again. Our is that blacker than our black or what? Bro, it's not the black skin, please. It's just the problem in Nigeria. They understand that we as a people, we will lose our brain and our thinking to tribe and religion. The moment we can learn to unlearn this thing, honestly speaking, one day is enough to take this blood out of our. We're gone, bro.
Yeah. And like we were saying earlier, I mean, I don't know why you're saying 1 million. See, I've done this math before. This is very, as in, to take back this country, to drag these illegitimate guys out of power and drag intentionally, as in, not electorally, because at this point, I've told you guys, anybody that's thinking about election, who Peter will be, because for people that are thinking, let me tell you, after Supreme Court, do whatever they want to do. That's if they don't have any reason to do otherwise. Because I've said it so many times, I don't think the Supreme Court will do. If me, I'm a Supreme Court judge. Let me just be frank with you guys. If I'm a Supreme Court judge in this petition, presidential election petition tribunal, right? And all that happens before I give my judgment is all that happened before PPT judgment. I will give PPT judgment again. And that's just, and I'm not being, because at this point we need to understand that while Peter Obi is in court, the other side is really left for us. And like Saddam said, those are not good things that space can do. I've noticed that space is nothing that space can do. It's nothing that, it's just something that Nigerians on our own. I mean, how can we do it now? And Jimmy they talk about Mubad. It's very sad to criticize it because it's a good cause. But if we really want to be blunt, and which is what Jimmy has been saying, and that's the real blunt thing, is that we are solving one symptom when we could have cured the sickness. There will be another justice for somebody else. We will need to do another justice for somebody else, and it's going to be related again. That's after we do not get justice for this particular one, where we can really, really, really solve the root of the problem. So for me, I just, like Saddam said, all we can keep doing, all we'll be doing is to speak and waking people, hoping that people get awake.
And let's see. I believe Mr. Hayes, hear us? I'm here, yes. Okay. Excellent. Everyone, thank you all so much for your patience this afternoon as we get things started. And just bear with me a moment while I let Judge Maldonado know that we're just about ready to get started, okay?
All right, Jimmy, that's the second.
Yeah, I think they're
All
waiting
right.
for the judge to come. They're
Yeah.
waiting for the judge to get here, so people are still signing in and waiting for the hearing to start. So maybe in the next 5-10 minutes, everything is gonna start. But everyone is on standby, including the lawyers.
Versus Chicago State University. Judge Nancy Maldonado presiding. Good afternoon, counsel. Will counsel please introduce themselves, starting with counsel for the applicant?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Alexander DeGramont for the applicant.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Angela Liu with the Chicago Office of Deckert on behalf of the applicant. Okay, and for the respondent?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Michael Hayes on behalf of Chicago State University.
Okay, and for the intervener?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Victor Henderson.
Okay. Yes.
And Chris Carmichael as well on behalf of the interviewer.
Okay, and there's one more counsel, Mr. Afolabi.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. And Mr. Wale Afolabi, also on behalf of the intervener. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, counsel. I received an emergency motion just a couple hours ago to delay or potentially stay enforcement of the order of Magistrate Judge Gilbert that was entered, I believe it was Tuesday. And I read the emergency motion. I'll hear any argument from the intervener first, and then I will hear from the applicant. And
Your Honor, I'll take the lead in arguing.
okay.
I know this matter is new to you, but it has international significance. It involves an election in Nigeria. The applicant is attempting to get access to materials that are covered by FERPA, materials that we believe should not be turned over to the applicant. So that's the background. So again, there's a hotly contested election in Nigeria. We represent Mr. Tinubu, who was duly elected. And so clearly, Your Honor, the matter has both legal implications and political implications. It's been covered in the news. And so this is an extraordinarily significant matter to the people of Nigeria, as well as to President Tinubu himself. And again, it concerns getting access to his private educational records at Chicago State University. There was the election took place approximately 6 months ago, Your Honor, maybe 7 months ago now in Nigeria. The election took place in February. The applicant filed a matter in Illinois State Court 60 to 90 days ago. That matter was ultimately either dismissed or withdrawn. I don't remember which one, but that matter was, concluded without the applicant getting access to the records of Mr. Tinubu, again, because the matter was either dismissed or withdrawn. And then within the last several weeks, the applicant filed a matter here in the Northern District, attempting, in effect, to get access to the same records, Mr. Tinubu's records or President Tinubu's records at Chicago State University. Your Honor sent the matter to the magistrate. The magistrate issued a ruling approximately 2 days ago. I know that on behalf of the intervener, we did not know or anticipate that the magistrate would issue in effect a dispositive order, which requires Chicago State to in effect act immediately. And so our first issue is that the magistrate, as the case law states in both the Ninth and the Tenth Circuit, as we presented to Your Honor, the magistrate does not have the authority, in effect, to issue a dispositive ruling. The magistrate only has the power to issue a non-dispositive ruling unless the parties consent to the magistrate issuing a dispositive ruling, which we did not do. The definition of a dispositive ruling in some instances is one that disposes of the case or gives the ultimate relief that the parties are either seeking or opposing. And in this particular instance, the relief that the applicant is seeking is to getting access to the president's records, as well as forcing Chicago State University to present and the school official, presumably the registrar, to speak about Mr. Or President Tinubu's record. So our issues with this are several-fold. First and foremost, we believe that substantively the magistrate did not correctly rule in all material respects. That's number one. Number two, and I think the case law is clear. There's not a lot of case law on the Seventh Circuit, but clearly there is case law on the Ninth and the Tenth Circuit that only the district court has the authority to enter a dispositive order, which is why we're asking for Your Honor to stay the execution of the magistrate's order. Number three, in order for the intervener, President Tinubu, to appeal to the Seventh Circuit, if that's necessary, by definition, we have to have action by the district court, which we do not have. The intervener cannot appeal an order of the magistrate. Rather, it has to appeal an order from the district court, which we do not have. And then finally, Your Honor, and no inappropriate, I guess, implication on the attorneys for the applicant. However, there really is not or should not be an emergency in terms of turning over, getting access to President Tinubu's private educational records, because this is a matter, as I said, Your Honor, that happened back in, or an election that happened back in February. And so to the extent that there is an emergency, it's one that was created by the applicant. The applicant didn't come to court in February or March or April or May or June. They went to state court in Illinois. They wound up here in the district court not long ago. And given the magnitude and significance of this matter, both internationally and from Nigeria, our position on behalf of President Tinubu is that the district court must review de novo, as the case law requires, the decision made by the magistrate. And it's our intention, Your Honor, to be able to submit a brief to Your Honor today. And so we're asking that you stay the order entered by the magistrate, because if you don't stay that order, irreparable harm will happen to President Tinubu, because the horse in effectively have bled out of the barn. And, once the horse is out of the barn, it can't go back in. And so with applications that arise under United States Code Section 1782, when you're dealing with foreign jurisdictions and other countries, at the end of the day, Your Honor, it's much more important to get the matter right than to be rushed, especially when the rush of the emergency was caused by the applicant himself. So for all of those reasons, Your Honor, both orally and based on what we have submitted in paper, as well as the case law from the Ninth Circuit and the Tenth Circuit, we don't think this is a close call. The district court must weigh in on a de novo basis on a ruling made by the magistrate. That's what the case law requires. Again, there's not a lot of law here in the Seventh Circuit on it, so we found that we could in a very short period of time. And we'd ask Your Honor that you slow things down, take a look at the magistrate's ruling, which leaves us plenty of time if the court determines that the magistrate is correct in whole or in part. Then we'd ask that today's Thursday, Monday morning at some point in time, or Tuesday, would still leave plenty of time for the applicant to be able to get the relief that they are seeking, which we think they are not entitled to receive. So without belaboring or going too much further, Your Honor, that's the substance of where we're coming from.
Okay. Question for you, Mr. Henderson. You mentioned FERPA, you mentioned private educational records. I glanced very quickly at Judge Gilbert's order, and I didn't see mention of, well, I saw mention of a diploma, 2 different diplomas. What records are we talking about here when you talk about private educational records of Mr. Tinubu?
Well, Your Honor, I guess I would answer that 2 ways. First and foremost, President Tinubu graduated from Chicago State probably about 40 years ago. And so we did get an affidavit from the registrar at Chicago State, and I think Mr. Hayes can speak better to it. But what we understand based on what the registrar from CSU is saying is that the records have changed over a period of time, but the sum and substance of it is that, and just being direct on it, there is no doubt that President Tinubu graduated from Chicago State. It appears as if there was a duplicate diploma issued, but Your Honor, we're not quite sure of the motivation of the applicant, but clearly because there's a hotly contested political race in Nigeria, our sense is that they're trying to dig inappropriately into the president's records in order to create some untoward inference about his academic career and education at Chicago State. So we're not quite sure what the motivation is, but the bottom line is that he has, like any other student, privacy rights in his education rights.
Okay, so Mr. Henderson, I'll stop you right there. Perhaps Mr. Hayes could speak to this. What kind of records are at issue here, if any, if Mr. Tinubu graduated so many years ago? What exists? What are we talking about?
Well, Judge, I'll answer your question first as to what exists, and then I'll answer your question as to what's been subpoenaed, which is, what is due in an hour and 45 minutes, depending on your ruling. So, very minimal records exist for Mr. Tinubu. Less than 20 pages of student records, his transcript, his application, some transfer credit materials, a letter welcoming him to his admission letter, things of that nature, Judge. That's what exists. The university, as we pointed out in our filings and in the hearing with Magistrate Judge Gilbert, the university doesn't keep diplomas in the regular course as part of a student's file. So the dispute here about whether the diploma that Mr. Tinubu provided to the Nigerian election authorities when he was running for office, whether it's legitimate or whether it's authentic, or as some of, I think, Mr. Abdulkar's supporters would like to say, a forgery, the university doesn't know. We don't have an original copy, or we don't have a copy of the original diploma that was issued to him in 1979 when he graduated. There are 2 diplomas out there. There's the one that I just mentioned that Mr. Tinubu provided to the Nigerian authorities, and that's the one that Chicago State doesn't have a copy of in their records. There's another one that appears to be a replacement diploma. We can tell that based on that it was based on who signed it. And that one had an incorrect date on it that my client's registrar has explained in an affidavit. But what we've been subpoenaed to provide today we don't have it. They've also subpoenaed a series of other diplomas, like let's call them example diplomas from over the years. So people can look at those and compare them to the diplomas that do exist for Mr. Tinubu. And they've also subpoenaed the university to provide records that the university previously provided in certified copy form to one of Mr. Tinubu's attorneys, as was the gentleman who's on the call with us today. So those are the materials that have been subpoenaed, and unless the court stays the matter, need to be produced before the end of the day. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hayes. So I'll hear from applicant's counsel now on the issue of the stay. And let me just say this. I hear there's objections coming, irrespective of whether it's clear error or a de novo review. I've got to review it because there's objections coming. So, and I don't know if the applicant would like to brief the objections. I'm assuming you would like to brief the objections. And so we'll have to talk about scheduling in a second. You know, from the applicant's counsel, you know, I pulled the Ninth Circuit case, which I didn't have a chance to fully read, but I understand this is a fairly novel issue in terms of the magistrate judge's authority to issue a ruling, which is going to be reviewed anyway, irrespective. It's just a matter of what standard I'm going to apply, right? And the Ninth Circuit has said de novo. So, counsel, I don't know, Mr. Is it Gramont?
Mr. Gramont. It's a hard French name. It's even harder to pronounce than my client's. There is the Ninth Circuit case. There's also the 11th Circuit case, which goes exactly the opposite way. And before we get to the timing, what I'd like to do is walk Your Honor through the chronology of events. And at the outset, I'm saying everything related to Mr. Tinubu is already in the public record. So the chronology starts in June 2022. Mr. Tinubu has to certify certain documents about his education and background in order to run for president and submit those to INEC, the National Election Commission. So one of the documents that he submits is a CSU diploma. And somebody, another litigant, noticed that one of the persons who signed it was not at the university in 1979. It's a grammatical error. And this person, Mr. Enoharo Iba, unrelated to the applicant, issued a subpoena to CSU. And in response to that, CSU apparently issued the documents that the counsel mentioned, a different diploma, which had a different date, different fonts, no typo. Also, though, had signatures who were not people who were not at the university in 1979 or in 2022. Issued an application that indicated the applicant's email, had a different day of birth from Mr. Tinubu, said that he was an American citizen, whereas Mr. Tinubu has said that he's only ever had Nigerian citizenship. So it raised a lot of questions. All those documents were submitted by Mr. Iba when he commenced his suit in the fall of 2022. In our case, in our client's case, which was commenced in March 2020, and let me take a step back and say that the Nigerian Constitution provides that any candidate who submits falsified information with his affidavit is subject to disqualification even after election. So in the case that our client brought in the Nigerian Court of Appeals, which is the court of first instance for contested residential elections in Nigeria, our client also submitted the documents from Mr. Enohoro Iba's subpoena. And so those were put at issue. In July of this year, I believe on July 4th, Mr. Tinubu submitted additional documents in a related case that had been brought by the Labour candidate. And these were documents that seemed to have certified by Mr. Jamar Orr, Deputy General Counsel of CSU. I'm not sure that we have a complete exhibit. Our exhibit only has a couple pages. And within a few weeks later, Mr. Orr had departed the university. And then there's another, so there are basically three categories of documents that we're simply asking CSU to certify. If you look at the request, we just want them, or rather authenticate. The request asks them to authenticate documents that are already in the public record, and I'll get to the document request shortly. So the three categories of documents that we want to ask CSU about are the documents that they apparently produced to Mr. Iba, the documents that were presented by, certified by Mr. Orr and submitted into the record by Mr. Tinubu in July of this year. And then there's a due letter from CSU's registrar that says to whom it may concern. Mr. Tinubu attended CSU and graduated in 1979, with the paraphrase. And we simply authenticate that. And I should also note that it was only in July this year that our client noticed that the diploma that had been apparently issued by CSU in 2022 had the names of officials and the signatures of officials, people who were not there in 1979 and who were there in 2022. So there are a lot of puzzling aspects of the materials that, again, are in the public record and that we are seeking to inquire about. And as for the request, we seek a truly correct copy of the diploma for a Bachelor of Science degree issued by CSU in 1979, issued to anyone, so we can see what the diplomas look like. We do ask for Mr. Tinubu's diploma, hardly a secret educational record, and in any case, under FERPA, those would be produced pursuant to the subpoena. And then we're asking for copies of any diplomas by CSU that match the diploma that Mr. Tinubu submitted to ENAC, because it looks to us like it could be a forgery. And then we're asking for the CSU documents related to Mr. Tinubu that are certified by the General Counsel, and because I'm not sure that we have a complete set of those. So it's incredibly modest discovery. And frankly, I came into this hearing with the thought that the court can and should deny the motion from the bench. And I'll say if the court takes the motion under advisement, we certainly want to respond to it. To begin with, I can break down this emergency motion.
Hold on a second. Okay, so I don't want this to get out of control. And so I have an emergency motion to stay in order that will go into effect in the next hour and a half, right? Yes. And the issue, I hear everything you're saying about all this and the fact that this is an issue of process and rules, right? I'm a rule person. That's why I'm a judge. And so, right? And so I take very, irrespective of the subject matter, and I've read the news articles. I'm a fairly well-informed person, and I figured out pretty quickly that this case, what it involved. Okay, so I'm also aware of the stakes of this. That this, what I thought initially was sort of a run-of-the-mill request is maybe not so run-of-the-mill. And so I'm taking it very seriously. And I think the first issue that I need to decide is whether to stay the enforcement of this order. And I want to hear you on why, given that we know objections are coming, why I should not stay this, because I'm inclined to stay it, because it's more important for me to get this right. And so talk to me about the stay issue, because give me your best argument for that.
I like rules too, Your Honor. And so the first thing I did was to look at Your Honor's standing order. And it says emergency matters must be of such nature that a delay in hearing would cause serious harm. Serious harm. There's no harm articulated at all.
I gave you your hearing, right? I read the motion and I gave you your hearing. I consider this actually an emergency. Believe it or not, people file emergency motions that aren't really emergencies, but I consider this to be.
Stay is not a matter of right, even if irreparable injury might otherwise result. But and let me say, the reason that Judge Gilbert set such a quick schedule is that we only have until at the latest October 5th to file our brief. Now, the Supreme Court proceedings are on a very proceeding under the new Nigerian Electoral Act of 2022, so the rules are not entirely clear, but we had originally hoped to submit the new evidence by the 28th when the appellate record is circulated, but at the very latest on October 5th when our appellant's brief is due. So we're facing serious harm if the relief isn't granted, and I haven't heard any harm. I haven't heard the interveners even articulate why it would be harmful to them to ask CSU to authenticate documents that are already in the public record, to authenticate documents that Mr. Tinubu himself entered into evidence in one of these cases. And if the court looks at the topics, I mean, the authenticity of each of the documents produced by CSU in response to the requests. CSU's position on the authenticity of each of the 8 documents purporting to have been issued by CSU to the subpoena. The contents of the Westbrook affidavit.
You know what? I don't want to get into the substance here, Mr. DeGrant, because I frankly haven't had a chance to dig into this due to the expedited nature of this. But I did hear something of interest to me, which was October 5th, whereas there was some mention of a September 27th deadline, but apparently that's a different deadline. You could submit things up until October 5th.
So the procedure is that after the applicant has filed his notice of appeal, which he has, 10 days later he has to circulate what's called the appellate record. So that will take us to September 28th. It is unclear, not an Nigerian order, but I understand it is unclear as to whether the new evidence should be submitted by then or 7 days later. Brings us to October 5th, which is when the brief is filed.
Okay.
As a practical matter, I think even if the deposition went forward on Monday, figuring out what to put in the appellate record by Thursday is going to be a order.
Right, and I understand, but I also know that the magistrate judge noted this, which is, I understand you say your client didn't know about some of these documents until July, but there was a delay here between the election and the filing of this in August, and now there's this rush, which I'm not happy about because I want to give this the kind of attention it deserves. So I would like to actually hear from the respondent here, Mr. Hayes, if you take a position at all as the institution responding as to the propriety of a stay.
So, Your Honor, the university's position is we just want clarity on what we're supposed to do and when we're supposed to do it. We don't have a dog in the fight in the Nigerian proceeding. We've amassed enormous legal fees and negative PR because of this whole situation. And so if we are directed to comply with discovery, we just want to make sure that it's pursuant to an appropriate final order. So if Your Honor determines that Judge Gilbert's ruling is final and should be complied with, we're prepared later in the next hour to produce some documents and to present a witness for deposition next week. But all of that said, the university is not volunteering to do anything here, and we would like clarity from the court about whether this ruling is one that we should go ahead and comply with, or whether the court is going to entertain challenges from the interested party, Mr. Tinubu, and what the process for that would be.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Hayes, I will give you clarity. I'm going to stay the ruling of Magistrate Judge Gilbert. CSU need not produce anything today. I think this is hotly contested, and I'm not going to rush to anything. Now, to applicant counsel, the intervener has filed something very short, pointing to the 9th and 10th Circuit for, which standard I should, because I'm going to have to review this, right? No matter what, under Rule 72. And so it's just a matter of what standard I'm going to apply and what's the schedule for briefing, okay? And so, but if you could either, I'm just trying to think of what's the most efficient and timely.
May I?
Yeah.
Something. So the interviewers said that they plan to file their objections this evening.
Yeah, they did.
We can certainly respond to the emergency motion tomorrow based on what the objections look like. We will try to respond to those tomorrow as well. And then with that, I don't, maybe we'll file or somehow request the court to issue an expedited ruling. I think once you look at the magistrate's opinion, it's incredibly thorough and well-reasoned, and under either standard, the court will sustain it.
Your Honor, may I? I'm sorry.
I don't want to. Go ahead, Mr. Henderson, please.
Your Honor, support? Yes.
Yeah.
Your Honor, when we indicated that we would be in the position to get something on file today, obviously that was, or based on the assumption that September 27th is the operative date and not October 5th. That's number one. Number two, it's extraordinarily important to us, given the stakes, if we can get an extra day or two, because we know that we're only going to get one shot at a submission. And so therefore, if we can give our substantive submission either tomorrow or Monday at 9 a.m. Again, this is, we're asking the court obviously to balance the concerns and the rights of the applicant in contrast to the rights and the concerns of the intervener. And given that the magistrate has also indicated that this emergency is wholly, if not largely, the result of what the applicant has done or failed to do, we owe it to the president to get it right, and we don't want to rush either. We don't want to delay, but we also don't want to rush and get it wrong. And we know we're only going to get one shot.
Yeah, right. And let me just say this. I hear Mr. Diggerman itching to say something. Rule 72, 14 days, actually, right?
Within 14 days.
Within 14 days. But that's wait, excuse me, I'm speaking. Up to 14 days. And so they are rushing to get this done. They have up to 14 days, right? And so I think if I'm Mr. Henderson, I would give the intervener time. If you could, I think if you could get something on file tomorrow, that would be better than Monday. But I am mindful of Rule 72. Objections are usually 14 days. Are you prepared with authority, Mr. DeBond, on shortening, or why you should shorten the 14-day window provided by Rule 72?
Well, Rule 16 says that the schedule can be modified for good cause, and I do believe, I would say this hesitantly, I'm not sure if I'm going to call the motion. I do believe that there are cases in the Northern District where courts have ruled very quickly on 1782 decisions issued by magistrates. We'll try to. We can send those to you if you like, or cite them in our brief. But given the exigent circumstances, very modest discovery of the prosecution, the fact that these documents really are already in the public record. And I want to emphasize that CSU produced new documents for Mr. Tanubu to submit in July. Right, so I don't think for us to take all of the fault in the delay, and our Nigerian counsel really realized in July that there were issues with the second CSU component as well. So I would ask the court to take note of the harm that we will suffer if we're not allowed to take discovery, and weigh that against the fact that
I am, Mr. Scott. And I can tell you, October 5th looks a lot more doable than September 27th. In order for objections to be briefed. Now, and I probably allow a reply on objections as well. That's my typical practice. And so how do we get objections, you all to respond, and possibly a reply? Perhaps I could cut out the reply to get it fully briefed and before me, at some point next week, so I can issue an expedited ruling. I think the October 5th date that you mentioned, that you put out here, which I sort of had caught on to, wanted to ask about, because there was something in the intervener's motion that said he has at least until September 27th to submit material, if not longer, because this needs to be handled with care. And so, Mr. Henderson, I could give you until Monday 9 a.m. to file something.
That's fine, Your Honor. We'd like that.
But, Your Honor, if you're going to do that, I mean, Mr. Henderson said he could get the papers in tonight, and then tomorrow, and now we're on Monday. I mean, they are trying to run out.
Your Honor, with all
the clock has changed, right? So and you offered that, Mr. DeGrant. So also, there's this rush, which I don't like. I hear what you say about July, but this could have been this could have brought to fruition much more quickly. If you're not speaking, please mute yourself. I'm getting a lot of feedback here. If we could mute. If you're not hearing, please mute yourself. Okay, I can mute them. Okay, there we go. So, Mr. Henderson, intervener will have until Monday at 10 a.m. To file objections. Now, applicant counsel, how much time do you want?
We will file by Wednesday at the latest.
Okay. Just so I, as the person deciding this, can know, what time would you like till, ECF closes down at midnight, or when do you think you can get your brief? If you can follow the end of business, the end of the actual day on Wednesday, I will give that to you, but I would just like for my own planning to know.
May I ask until the end of the day, and we'll try to get it done sooner, without having seen the objections of Hundeyin.
Okay. So you'll have until essentially 11:59 on Wednesday to file your response to the objections. And I think I'm going to dispense with reply here. Mr. Henderson, perhaps you're not going to be happy with this, but given the time sensitivity here, I'm going to dispense with reply. I think that if Mr. Henderson, there's something burning in the response that you really, really, really feel you need to respond to, you can file a motion for leave with a short reply. But given the timing of this, you know, I'm not necessarily inviting that, and I won't order a reply. Okay, just because of the timing.
Your Honor, may I ask, and again, if the court is not inclined, that's fine, but you owe it to President Tinubu to ask, because again, for us, given the stakes, it's not, obviously we want to do the most thorough job that we can for the president. We want to do the most thorough job that we can to aid the court. And so, given that the applicant is going to take up to 3 days to file a response, meaning up until midnight. So they'll have almost all of Monday, all of Tuesday, in theory, up until midnight on Wednesday, because we have 24 hours to file a reply. Again, Your Honor, just want to be aid the court. The court may get the reply, and clearly we're not going to respond or reply in any kind of frivolous way. But if there is something, so we can plan for. Know that we have the time so we can have the staff lined up, both in terms of research. If you will give us 24 hours to file a reply, Your Honor, we can do well by the court as well as by President Tinubu. We appreciate that, especially because we weren't the ones who created the emergency. And so when there is the rush, as the court referred to and as the magistrate referred to, it shouldn't be the president who's the one who doesn't get to do what normally gets done in a matter of this magnitude, because there was an emergency that was created by a political opponent, quite candidly, Your Honor. Okay. So we would just ask for 24 hours to have a...
okay, Mr. Vermont, I know you want to respond, but I do find Mr. Henderson's points well taken. And here's what I will tell you. I always allow replies on objections from the magistrate's order. So for me not to do it here will be departing from my own practice. And I think looking at the calendar, there is still a way that if I were to grant Mr. Henderson's request for a reply by midnight on Thursday the 28th, we'll have it fully briefed that Thursday. And, you know, I'll have potentially a really fun weekend. Okay? And get something to you as expedited as I can.
May I propose this, Your Honor? We asked Mr. Tinubu's counsel to submit their reply within 24 hours of whenever we file our application. So if we are able to file it on Tuesday, we'll get the reply 24 hours later. I am...
You know, I'm not going to nitpick that, honestly, because there's staffing issues. I mean, then we're beholden to when you're going to file it. I'll give you till midnight. You get till midnight, Mr. Durant. You'll get till midnight. I'll have everything I need early Friday morning, and I will put this on the front burner. Okay, I will put this on the front burner and try to expedite my ruling on this. And mindful of that that October 5th date, which is a Thursday. Obviously, Mr. Dermott, in your objection, you're going to address the standard issue.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. With authority as to, you know, I think this is somewhat of a novel issue, as I understand it from what the intervener has said in their brief, that Seventh Circuit hasn't necessarily addressed the issue of the standard on to apply.
That's correct. There is a certain split. But I think, honestly, when you read the papers, you'll see that under either standard, Judge Gilbert's order easily satisfies. If you review it on a unilateral basis, you're going to see that he got it exactly right. Well, I don't say anymore.
Okay, well, I'll get to the merits shortly after I see the objections. Do you think that there's anything else that I should address today?
Your Honor, just on behalf of the university, it's implicit in what you just did with the schedule. We've been talking about the deadline of in an hour from now for the subpoena response. There was a deposition order by Judge Gilbert, too, that currently is scheduled for next Monday, that's obviously going to be off. We would just ask that in the order you enter this afternoon, Your Honor, that it's clear that all of the deadlines in Judge Gilbert's order are stayed. The university would appreciate that.
Yes, will do, Mr. Hayes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'm hesitant to try to anticipate this, but I suspect that after the full rule, assuming it's in our favor, there's another motion to say pending appeal. I don't know if there's any way to address that in advance.
I think that's premature. I think that's premature. I know where this is going, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. I mean, I very well may, essentially adopt the magistrate judge's recommendation and discovery will go forward. Or in which case, I suspect Mr. Henderson might have a motion to file, or a notice of appeal. And so, but I might go the other way. So I think it's premature to think, at least for me to start thinking. You've given me enough to think about, and I have like 400 other cases. So let's bite that off when it's right. But obviously, you all will be thinking about this, what the next step is, right? I mean, that's your job. You're the advocate, and you'll make your best arguments depending on how I rule. Anything else?
Not from the intervener, Your Honor. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Judge, on behalf of the university.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website.
So all the beep way that they hear since now people where they dial in, people trying to call, people trying to join the line, thousands of people were listening live to that. So as we can hear, so what happened was all these people were in different locations. So if you paid attention, you realize some people will speak, you could barely hear them, but the judge was speaking coherently and everybody can hear what she's saying. So what APC managed to do was to use their diplomatic power of getting a superior judge to put a hold on that order for CSU to release those documentation. This is how it works. They, based on the laws, the federal laws and the state laws, they cannot stop them from releasing those documents. The only thing they can do is just play the delay tactics and just buy time for them to do you know whatever thing they want to do right now, and that's exactly what they're trying to do now. And if you can listen to the judge, the article's lawyer, he wasn't happy about the whole thing. He knew that was exactly what they're trying to do, but at the same time the judge is trying to be very, very careful. She can sense how sensitive that issue is. And this was the same situation the judge Geoffrey was the last time we were in court. And that was when he said he's going to use his Solomonic wisdom in passing the judgment. So that was exactly what happened today again. But this man was not happy about it. And I mean, I must give it to the CSU lawyers. They did something really, really. They did something really, really smart that I was hoping they would not pay attention to, because they passed the judgment on Tuesday, and they're meant to have a deposition on Monday. Smartly, the guy mentioned about the deposition today to the judge. So the judge is going to look into that. So they will communicate with Jeffrey to let them figure out how they can suspend the deposition that is meant to hold on Monday. If they did not mention it today, that deposition will still hold on Monday, regardless what had happened today. And that's the fact. So the guy was smart enough to mention that. So that's to let them know that there will not be any deposition on Monday. So whatever it is they want to do, they need to do it within 24 hours. But article lawyer said some things that says it was going to send the judge some documentation, which was clear proof that they've gone through every single thing they meant to go through to make sure the decision of ordering them to release those certificates and those documentation was clean and clear, and that was the documentation he was going to send via email to the judge. The judge knows what is going on, but I mean, the law is the law. They're trying to play, the delay tactics, and by the law, I think they have 2 weeks or thereabout, and that is exactly what they are arguing on right now. So the CSU lawyer was arguing for the 2 weeks provided by the law, but Atiku's lawyer is arguing that we have limited time. We can't do that based on the um, urgency of this case and what is going on right now. I'm coming, guys. Based on the urgency, they need to do something as soon as possible. So there is a possibility that um, an update can come up any single time from now. The judge might go through those documentation and change their mind, or might speak to Jeffrey, which is the judge that gave the order. They might have a dialogue. It could be a phone call, conference call between them, and something is just gonna happen. We never know, but we still hope and hear what is gonna happen from there. And that's just what I've deduced from what had happened just within the short period of, I think, about an hour that went on. The phone call went for about 50 minutes thereabout. So, but that's just my own outcome. Sorry about the noise. My kids are making noise. I went to pick them up from the school, but the beep was from the court. I yield for now. Back to you, Saddam and Wilmini.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Just listening to the call from the court. If you're here earlier on, I said something. I made a submission before we got moving the court case. I said I don't trust the Democrats. I said this thing before this place. Where I was saying it, I was saying it. I don't trust these Democrats in America. I don't fucking trust these guys. I'm saying my own as it is. For this man to still be in America right now, he's lobbying everything possible. So they're not doing technicalities. That's exactly what they're doing right now. They have exported technicality from Nigeria to America. So probably when this woman go and see the case and it is ripe and it is right for her to decide, they will bring on a new judge and delay it again. Keep delaying it.
Saddam, Saddam,
More.
if you pay attention, there is one useless Femi guy where they call himself a lawyer too. We join. We want to interrupt the judge. The judge mute him. The guy was trying to interrupt the judge. He wants to speak, while the hearing was going on, and the judge was forced to mute him. I think they introduced him just to interject in a way that you two want to speak about the law or whatever, but it was totally disregarded. So I think what we can do now is just put more pressure, because a lot of medias are now paying attention to what is going on. We can put more pressure. The more pressure we put into this, the more we blow it up. People will understand what is going on. More media they will pick on it. And the guy, Atiku's lawyer, that guy is good. He said he's going to send the judge a particular case that had happened in this similar version, and they needed to get those documentation urgently, because it's going to determine a decision that will happen in another country entirely, and they had to do something about it. So fingers crossed. But I believe if we keep putting more pressure, a lot of media are now paying attention to what is going on right now. Put more pressure on Twitter, on every social media platform. Put more pressure. It will go round. I'm certain of that. Back to you.
I would just thank you, my brother Jim. I just read a tweet somebody sent to me before the court started. He said, "I don't think it's a coincidence that the drug dealer is still in USA right now when his certificate lie is about to be exposed. There are so many lobbying going around down there, and I say this all the time. I'm saying this all the time. When I say my own life, I know they do sentiment. As I say it, if he pay you, he pay you. If you are an American Democrat, Democrats are our problem. They are part of the major. I don't freaking care. I'm saying that now, as I say, as I do me at the talk, I'm so. These guys will lobby with the devil just to make a deal. I've
Saddam,
been saying
no
this thing for long.
dey surprise say that lawyer, that CSU lawyer, no dey surprise say Tinubu don promise am like $1 million. No
They
dey
don't pay us, let's say 1 million. They don't pay and
no,
pass waiting with themselves.
no
What I'm
dey,
saying is
because
the
because
lobbying going behind the scene. I'm not even talking about
bro,
the
the
line. The line
confidence
is
the guy dey
job.
take talk today, that confidence no dey there the last time wey we see for court.
It does
The
then Jimmy, that confidence is the same confidence Orlando Ekus had. When I promise you a system that the system is going to work for you, as a lawyer, step in there with confidence. It's not the money now. The money he's going to be paid for his work. The lawyer's work is to come out there and defend his he's the person that he's defending, whether the person is a criminal or not. You have paid for that job. But for him to have this confidence and say what he's saying, there is something extra backing him. And we cannot deny that there are lobbying going in America. What is the reason why a man is saying his records should not be released? A public servant. There is no justification for that. He is a public. If you don't want, if you say it's a private case, I am a private citizen. If it is your Jimmy, I have no right to come and ask for your certificate. You are not. You're a private citizen. But the moment you step out your feet and say, "I am vying for a position," you become a public servant. Everything about you should be scrutinized, and nobody should hide it from the world. So for them to be using all this technicality, probably now, if this man go and read whatever they want to read, and it's about to want to give judgment, they will not come and say another new law judge to come and sit on the case. It's crazy. It's crazy. But my take point from this is that I'm seeing local media getting involved in this right now in America. That is the most important thing, because when the people of America get involved in such incidents, I understand that their government, as it stands now, I'm saying fuck Biden. Biden is protecting a freaking drug dealer. Whether we like it or not, that is the truth. Biden is sitting on this case and protecting a criminal drug dealer. No mincing of words. And it should cost him next elections. If you guys, Black America, will stand up and do what's right, it should cost him the next elections. There is no mincing ones here. How will you sit down and they say, hey, he didn't snap picture with him. He dodged him in UNGA. He dodged him, he ran away, blah 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 blah. Does he need to snap picture with him? He doesn't need to snap pictures with him. Phone calls are happening behind the scene. That's just what's happening right now. So please, guys, amplify it. My own is, let someone like Tucker Carlson jump on this case, so that mainstream America will understand that the Democrat Party, led by Biden, is protecting a fucking criminal drug dealer. That is where we have to take this conversation to. Well, Nigeria, let me circle back to you, please. Go on.
Yeah, Saddam. More. I mean, Saddam, I totally agree. As in, I was trying to, of course, I'm sure I'm not the only one that struggled to hear everything that was said. But I think one thing I could literally hear, I can almost touch it, is the judge's body language. Like, you can literally tell that. I mean, this is, like, for me, I think I totally agree with you. Whether it's speculative, whether it's confirmed, it just makes sense that there's a lot of lobbying going on. And this is coming from me. I don't like to give Tinubu any credit for what he does not have. I don't like to hype him. I don't think he has all. But the truth is that we take as much people as we can take, and especially today nowadays of Americans, please, I want to hear what you people have to say, because this is getting out of hand. When I say Americans, I mean Nigerians in America. But let's start with Mombolanle anyways. Mombolanle, please go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Because I've been having difficulties with my phone all evening. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So good evening, everybody from my side. Emma Saddam, Roman Nigerian Jimmy. Everyone else on the space. I use the same sort of body language where we've all been kind of we all have PTSD from they were his own appointed judges, 60 cases, right? They battered it out. So I don't see this as being, I'm not saying they're not lobbying. I listened intently at a point when I couldn't hear properly. I dropped out of the speakers section so that I could hear what was being said. And if anything that we know about the legal system in America and in certain parts of the world, it's about processes. Right, so their argument being that doing it in a hurried fashion, so when you go to court and you do an ex parte motion because you want a quick order, right? And the judge grants it, or a judge looks at it and say, actually, no, I want to hear from both parties before I give an order and stuff. It's kind of slightly like that, right? And so yes, if they have authorities, if it's a case of processes have been, I don't know, if they cut corners in any way, we'll soon know. Because okay, she is going to, I read their brief, I read what they filed, I read it earlier on, yeah, and in my mind I was like, on it, although it's a technicality, so it doesn't speak to the substance of the case, my expectations are that it's likely for them to get that stay, right? One thing that when in listening, I think Article's lawyer, I don't know whether he made a boo-boo or what have you, because you're now giving different dates. First, you told the other judge that it's 25th of September, that you need it by 27th or 28th, sorry. And then this time you now said at the most by 5th of October. Are you stupid? Why are you changing? You should have stuck to that earlier date, because that was one of the things that the woman spoke to, that the reason why the other judge gave that quick order was because of the time constraints, right? So why are you now giving, so you're now putting doubt into the mind of this judge to think, oh, maybe maybe it isn't that urgent, anyway. But that said, right, she will look at it, right? She understands the sensitive nature. So did the previous judge, and he ruled accordingly. So the merit of that ruling, in terms of the reasoning behind why he granted an order for discovery, right, I don't think that's going to change, right? I think it's more about who can give that order. So she might very well look at it and decide that, okay, I have given you fair hearing, right? And this is I agree with the previous judge, and that's my, either way, right? They will not cut corners, right? They're not a Sanmani or the rest of them. Does does money tend to have influence? Yeah, but you're forgetting the fact that it's out in the public, right? And like Saddam said, media are picking up. In America, they're picking it up, right? So Americans, your job is simple: continue trying to get more of your media, right? Your media houses interested in it, because at the end of the day, right, the more they get to hear about it, the more interested they are, and the facts of the case come out. Yeah, it is helping us spoil that man's PR further. Right, so I'm not kind of phased. If it was Nigeria, I already know the answer, but it's not, right? And so I want to give the process a chance. End of the day, Tinubu is trying to run down the clock, right? He is trying to run down the clock. I don't know whether his mindset said, I said he was going to appeal. I knew he was going to appeal, because the idea is, in Tinubu's mind, he doesn't want to give Atiku the opportunity or the chance, right, to use that information in his Supreme Court appeal thing. I mean, he's already given grounds, obviously, and so in doing the rest, yeah, I'm winding up, right? So in doing the rest, he doesn't want him to be able, because anyway, it is well. I'm not going to kill myself. I really want to say quickly about David. A lot of us I was really worried yesterday, because I thought for him to come out like that, and I want us to keep on tweeting and retweeting, tagging media houses, tagging anyone and who's anyone, right, to put it out. Because the thing about Nigerian government, once their plot has been outed like that, they tend to take a step back. But that doesn't mean people like Tinubu won't stop. He'll continue going, right? And I think to a certain degree, the reason why I would hold the Democrats responsible is when they're supposed to speak to the issues, they won't speak to them, right? And so therefore, tag your local representatives. Let them know that if you're a Democrat, let them know they won't get your vote if they don't say something for you. That is the power that you have, that we have in the diaspora, that we can get our local representatives to act on our behalf, right? So start doing that. Let's see more of it. Americans, this is your job. He's in New York. I have not seen picketing. I want to see like you picketing on the hotel, right? The worst case scenario, police will be there at that, and that will be it. And then finally, you see, the death of Judiciary died on September the 6th. I wasn't surprised at the as judgment in Enugu. I was disappointed because I was like, for them to get to that point, overvoting is overvoting. It's quite clear. And therefore, basically, the Electoral Act 2022, good night to it, because that's what they've done. Thank you. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Mommy Bonali. I think one of my favorite part of a submission where he said, I cannot come and kill myself. Anyway, it's crazy. All right, quickly, let's go straight to Savik. Let's have it, Savik.
Thank you so much for having
Okay,
me.
so, Savik,
Thank you.
sorry, before you go ahead, sorry. On the Jumbotron, there's a link for that has the Twitter account of all the American rep, Democrats, Republican. Please, if you're on this space, while you are listening, you can just be clicking one by one. And if you can copy and paste, let all of them. They should not sleep. All I want to just do, all I will need is violence. Savik, go ahead.
Okay. I think what happened in court this afternoon here, Chicago time, is actually what I was expecting. Right? I didn't see anything different. I was actually expecting that Tinubu was going to apply for stay of the execution of the order, because here rules matters in American courts. Like the judge was saying, that 14 days time frame, she was just looking at the rules, and anybody that was expecting something different, would just be lying to himself. So I think it's pretty too early for us to say where the judge is going to lean, when she's going to do the ruling. But I think the judge that gave the first order from the first court was I think he said it's a Solomonic judgment, and I think it was a fair judgment to both parties. So I don't think this judge is going to overturn it, but I think she was looking at the rules, of providing such documentation, and she was stuck to the rules, So and Mami Balane made some important point there. I think they now see the timeline of event, and the judge agrees with them that it's not like it's was ordered. But at the end of the day, if you look towards the ending of the hearing, she was saying that she would do everything within her power to see how she can give a expedited ruling, on this whole case, knowing fully well, the timeline that is involved. So let's not be too fast in kind of trying to determine how she's going to rule. I think she was being a professional when I listened to it. Where meaning I think you were saying something that her body language. No, this is how judges do, because that rules of engagement, she has to apply it. So I just want us to be very clear on that. That's the my 2 points I wanted to point in. One of my kids are crying on the background. Let me take care of him.
All right, thank you very much, Savik. But I think I don't know what everybody heard, but that's why I said that maybe it's just me. But I mean, I think one of the resounding question, which is why when George Gilbert said Solomonic judgment, is you first of all think inside your mind, like Why? Because like Saddam is a American technicality, Isha technicality. Is a American technicality, Isha technicality.
Much well meaning, and I totally agree with you on the judge's countenance. But what I wanted to come here to say is that, the judge does have every right to listen to both parties and come to a decision. For me personally, I don't think Atiku's lawyer was well coordinated, in my opinion, today. I think he probably shouldn't have brought up the date like in October. I think, definitely the judge did have a stance when she mentioned the 14 days. So yes, that's kind of like where I am. But I will say, let's just give the legal system a chance here. There are processes, and those judges do have the right to follow the process. So I'm not throwing everything in the bag. I'm not letting the Nigerian in me come out and throw everything in the bag. I think we should just kind of listen and give it a chance to hear what she comes back with. Just as I mentioned, she has every right to hear both parties. But yes, technicalities is a way out for me. And I think just from hearing or listening to off of each year what she had to say. But one of the things I think it's important, especially for Americans, Nigerian Americans over here, is that if you are we do know the media is gaining traction, which is fantastic. Local media is talking about this case. And the more people that hear about it, the less concealing will happen. I think we should try to within our states, we need to try and get cognizant with who our House of Representatives are and go to them, kind of tell them you're not going to vote for them next time. For some reason, that gets the attention of politicians. And in America, they listen. So I think, the more we get acquainted with who our local state house people are, whoever it is, I don't want to mention the state I'm in, but I think the more we do that, the more we get that traction. And that's another way to also curb what's going on right here. So I'll yield my mic here. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Lily V. And that brings me to what was trying to announce earlier regarding the link on the Jumbotron. Since at least I can give us one thing, right? I can give us Twitter. I can give us now we get them. Now we as in hand. That one we don't. I think that's one ground that anybody cannot drag. Asadi can try to drag this thing maybe for now, but nobody can drag that one. There is a link on the Jumbotron. If you click that link, you are going to see a
Well,
list.
Nigeria, just imagine Pablo Escobar succeeded in his political career in Colombia and rose to the point of becoming president. Then he now gets into America. Just imagine it for yourself. That some judges did not stand up in Colombia and say, because he had all the money, he had everything was going on for him. Till today, celebrated in Colombia. He had everything going on for him. If not just that, some people stood in the gap and said no. Pablo Escobar would have been the president of Colombia. Then he comes into America and he's having a case. He has his sitting case in America as I was speaking right now. Then the court is doing, yeah. Then Colombians that are meant to be screaming without me keeping quiet and say, no, let's. Oh, my men, Nigerians in America, freaking wake up and speak out there about that criminal in your country. Now, when my own vex, when Nigeria continue, I beg.
All right. Thank you very much. I totally agree. I beg. That's what I'm saying. That at least it now Twitter they say we shall let's do the one we can do now. Like Lizzie was saying just now. I think the very least, and this is not just for Nigerians in America alone. Although, like she was saying, I mean, if you are in America and you can identify your rep in that list, and this is not Nigeria that you say you are afraid of, that if you talk to him or he will not come and find you in your house and beat you or something. This is not Nigeria. At least maybe those are some of the advantages. Go to the list, make a tweet. If the person's DM is open, slide into the DM. Shall let them know. I mean, this should be really, really. And some people will think it does. It sounds like it doesn't work, but it works. It works. What made CSU draw the attention of Judge Gilbert, that to let him know how big this case is to Nigerians, was when he was trying to tell the judge that they have school, and he said it in this call. If you heard him, said it, that they've suffered a lot of PRO issues on this. So let's just take that link and reach out as many as you can reach out to. This one not be go straight to. This one I just reach your Twitter. As you are listening to the space, you can even be doing it. That's a good thing. All right, thank you very much, Livy. Quickly, let's go straight to David. After David, we'll come to Icon Uzo, then Doja.
Okay. Good evening to everybody. Good night here. It's night time here. I think we're too in a hurry to make conclusions. Okay, so I've been in this for many years. I've been with several judges. I've heard rulings, judgments, and so on and so forth. I did not sense any body language from that judge. See, when an appeal is lodged against a ruling or a judgment, the appellate court or the appellate judge must seek to identify a few things. One, that the judgment was made following the rules. I don't like to speak a lot of legal grammar here. Just speak simple English so everybody can understand. The appellate judge would like to establish that the judgment that was made before was reached following the rules, which involve a number of things in court. And if the appellate court established that the judgment was reached following all the rules, then there may be no reasons to overturn it. So here what the judge even said, that in the end she might just tilt towards Judge Gilbert. She might not overturn it. But there is no appellate judge that will not stay that appeal. They will stay it because they must examine the previous judgment to ensure that it followed all the rules. That judgment was reached following all the rules. They must do that, and that takes some time. So,
David, did it sound like he was staying the order because he didn't follow the judge? He didn't follow the
and
rules?
she's not obliged to say that there. She has to go back and look at everything.
Also, did she sound like she hasn't read Judge Gilbert's judgment?
Okay, just a minute. She may have read Judge Gilbert's judgment. She has heard all lawyers. She still has to go back to check that all the buttons were ticked right. And she's not going to do that right now. So there is no judge that will reach there and just make a decision. Oh, no. They will still go back and look at everything. Just like Judge Gilbert went back a couple of days before he came back to give his ruling. She has to do that. So she might come back and still she will uphold Judge Gilbert's ruling. So that nothing Any judge would stay there, would stay
David,
it.
I do hope you understand. Sorry, I do hope you understand that the issue here is not whether or not that ruling is upheld. The issue here is that it is time bound.
Of course.
So even if she upholds that ruling by October 5th, if it's irrelevant, then it's as good as just public court of public opinion, and that's it.
See, and that's
But I think we definitely need it for court of public opinion.
and that's the only and that's the only unfortunate part of this, which a number of us, yes,
Exactly, and that's why Judge Gilbert said 2 days.
yeah,
Judge Gilbert could have said 2 weeks. He knew that this is time bound.
yes.
I don't know why we are trying to pretend as if we didn't see what was going
My
on.
brother, you dey tell me, oh, now English the order for this country. Too much English. I'm telling you. We just speak. Okay,
Bro,
just continue. Let's
bro,
let me with the play they
when
go.
when we
Continue.
went to the court, Judge Gilbert talk say he know say this thing dey urgent. Say he get many cases to handle, but based on the urgency of this case, he's going to speed things up. And that was the reason why the man made sure. I wasn't even expecting the judgment on Tuesday. Honestly speaking, I wasn't expecting judgment. So based on this one now, the woman too said something similar that she has over 400 cases she needs to attend to, and she needs to. I mean, I think it's a procedure, and I hope, even though she sounds like she's one-sided already, I hope she understands the true urgency of this matter, and I'm certain that Atiku's lawyer, they are not babies. Oh, Atiku's lawyer are good. The guy said he's going to reach out to the judge.
And Jimmy, Jimmy,
Send a
Jimmy,
doc- ah,
Jimmy, I'm sorry to cut you there, and that's just what I wanted to say. Notice what
lawyer,
Atiku's lawyer said.
you were actually
Atik,
listening before I interjected, but go ahead.
oh, sorry about that. I just wanted to, and that's what I wanted to really say. Notice what Atiku lawyer said. He said he would send something to her, and I also heard that there's not much case law on this. So what I suspect, I'm not there, but what I suspect is that case law may help here, but they're very limited ones. And I think Atiku's lawyer want to send her a case law that is very important here that she needs to see. And that might just be the breaker. So but all I'm saying is that there is no judge that would meet this kind of case and just decide today. No, none will. They will still go back and go and look at everything and come back, with a judgment. That's all I was trying to say. Thank you.
Okay,
I totally agree
okay.
with what you just said now, because you see, this country, they have procedures and they have a process. And the good thing about it is now, if
Why they feel like say you people are not being fair to Justice Amani? I need to speak up
my
for Justice
brother,
Amani at this point.
see,
We are not being fair to Justice Amani. What did Justice Amani do not reach this one?
bro,
Nah,
what I love,
this is Justice Amani light.
bro, what I love going on now is
Justice Samani where they speak for them.
no, my not the idiot, the person who don't even want me to ensure.
The woman said she
He,
want. She said she go finish the case early enough to go for a weekend. Person want go weekend. Where they find money for
no,
weekend?
see, the good thing about this is, if Judge Jeffrey was bribed, this woman go know. And if this woman pass her own judgment finish, there are some set of people that will go through her judgment if it was legal, if she was biased. That is how the system works. Yeah, the system, they can only delay, right? And that delay is what we have problem with right now. So it's not a matter, as Tinubu dey now, he no care say afterwards they come to talk say no go that school, as long as they no tender those documents before Supreme Court proceed with their own processions. That is what that man is after right now. And I think Atiku's lawyer, they know the games they are playing, because Atiku too, they update them, because this thing now, as Atiku don't talk say, okay, now I they give una 1 million. This way I'm just saying, I they give una $1 million. You need to make sure they get that thing ready. Now, so this one too go talk say, I they give una $20 million. May now make sure say they delay that case. That is what I think is going on right now. But the system has a procedure, and people are going through that procedure. Not just ordinary people, legal minds are going through that procedure, and that is what we are experiencing now. It might sound like maybe the woman get come for her pocket too. That is the law in this country, and they are following that law. Don't be surprised. What is today? Today is Thursday. Don't be surprised say by tomorrow she don't
finish her ruling. Because the document where article lawyer says he won't send go meet that woman, I am certain. You see, this case, any human with their senses intact, you will reason it this way. What are you hiding? That the amount you've spent hiding this documentation don't almost get close to how much you take run for a presidential election. It is maddening for you to see that you are doing everything in your power to make sure they don't release your documentation. Why? You finished from that school. You should be the pride of that school. Say, hey, person will come off our school, don't become president of a great continent. Oh, no. You should be the one telling people that, see, I graduated from that school. You should be paying those schools. Say, release my documents. Let them see it. But you have something you're hiding. Anyway, it's not an echo chamber. We have other people here to listen and make their own submission.
Yeah.
Go back to you now.
1 minute. Sorry, let me quickly just jump in here real quick. I'm sorry, everybody. I just wanted to take on Saddam. Saddam, this is not a Democratic or a Republican issue. Please, I know how you feel. Savik, Jimmy, Antibalanle, they've all said it. You have to go through due process. Those judges, they know their work. You can't bamboozle them to give you justice or to pass judgment overnight. Joe Biden does not have anything whatsoever to say about this. If he wants to end his political career, then he should weigh in. I'm telling you, he will not. He dares not. Believe me, no Democrat would ever say anything here. They will let the rule of law take its course.
Oga Mag, make I just quickly make one point. As he enter New York, Biden no go meet him. He no fit interact with him on American soil. Now India Biden
Yeah.
take follow and talk. He cannot because he knows the implication. Back to you.
Yeah, yeah. So Saddam, please, no, don't put emotions. Don't just let the judge, the lady. She would look at everything. She just got the case. She will go through it. She would listen. She would go through all the evidences that will be presented to her. Like Jimmy said, you might be surprised tomorrow she will rule. They know the sensitivity of this case. They know. Now they are aware. You understand? So we are doing our own work here. You know, I tried reaching out to MSNBC to get to Rachel Meadows, but I'm still working on something. You understand? Barbara Lee, I'm also trying to make sure I get to her. So we will do all we can. You understand? So just calm down. I know how you feel. You know, the tension is high, but
Big,
it will happen.
big Mac. I cannot calm down. Honestly speaking, I cannot. It's easy want to convince me. I know.
America don't work that way. Oh.
I know, agree,
See,
Big Mac. I know,
Saddam,
agree.
you will have a good case. You will have a
Okay.
good
No,
reason. When
Allah,
you come
make
to
I be the one
court,
where they cry. Now, maybe I decide I don't go.
when
Make it
you
happen.
come
Make it
to
happen.
court,
Today, for the first time, I want to be against. So that when it happen, I celebrate. But no,
you
Allah.
will say one thing and it will
Allah.
mess up all the good case you have. In America, you just have to be patient. You have to be very patient. Sometimes you think the judges are coming from left. Yes, they have every right to say it the way they see it by the book. But before you know it, trust me, you will now see where they are coming from in broad daylight. They would undo the case. I can tell you one thing for a fact. Tinubu will not get away with this. He won't. No matter how much he gives them. Like Jimmy said, they pass judgment. There are other judges that would sit down, request that case, study the whole thing. I mean, they don't play with their license. So they don't play with their license. So don't worry, Saddam, just relax. Let it take its course. You would see the real judgment. It will come. It will come. There is no corn in nobody's pocket here. The judges here, they want to make name, they want to make a mark, they take their career seriously because they would like to be the one that say, oh, I did this, I ruled over this case, and they want their name to be in the history book of American law. So they don't play. So just relax. Are you well meaning? Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
big man. Thank you. Please, just 1 minute. Sorry, no verse, please, my brother. Just 1 minute, please, guys. On the jumbotron, CBS Chicago just released it. Released the breaking news. So let us go and camp there and repost, retweet, comment. Just let these people know that Nigerians are also interested in this case. The headline is simply the international political dispute that placed Chicago State University in the middle of a bitter Nigerian presidential fight hit another roadblock on Thursday. There are certain roadblocks, of technicality roadblocks. That's what these criminals are setting for us here. But please, guys, let us go and show solidarity with the under article. Retweet it massively, post it, repost. Go there and denounce the criminal drug baron. Denounce him there. So that the Wimbos there will now know that Nigerians, no, we're not standing with that criminal. Thank you. Wemlenja, back to you. Go on, please, bro.
Yeah, please on that you can tag some of the reps and all those people. I shall hope that we will not
Thank
blame.
you. Tag your reps here, please.
Yeah, tag them on that. I was going to say I shall hope that we will not blame Supreme Court judge if they say although the document seemed relevant, but it came late. So by then we will now know that okay, although
God
it
bless
was,
you.
then we will not blame Supreme Court judge because me now call it justice for Justice Amani. Is what you are doing is not fair. All right.
Uh,
Anyway, I can listen.
well, meaning to back up what Magnificent did say, he said there is transparency in what's going on here. I'll I'll put a screenshot I just made now. I'll put it on the comment section for people to see. You know,
Sorry, 1 minute. Oh, did you call me and ask me to speak?
no. You probably speak afterwards, Doja. Um, one the thing is,
Sorry, 1 minute Nigerian.
Oh, I think Doja can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you
Oh,
hear me?
Jimmy say something. When immediately it's done,
yeah,
you speak, then we'll come to
yeah.
Icon.
So George Jeffrey T. Gibbon
Okay, thank you.
made the judgments, right, and he fixed a date for them to have a deposition, and the date is on the 25th of September. 25th of September is on Monday. You know, I went through George Gilbert's website to check his cases and figure out exact time because he just gave us a date. And guess what? George Gilbert is not the one to preside on that case. So even at all they've given him money, I'm not saying they did. I'm just saying how the system works here. So even if they don't give him money, now another person go carry the case. So right now, I don't even know the person that's meant to take over that case on Monday. That is my point. The system here is so designed in a way that all you just need to do is do your job, judge according to the law. It's not that you will now say this matter now your own matter, you go hold on for, you go carry on for head now, you must judge them. No, it's what they bring to you, you will judge on. That's just what I wanted to pass across. Well meaning you can tell the
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
let's please take Doja so we can get a legal Nigerian because I want to even know this time frame we are talking about and what the implication is. Doja, please go ahead. Iconos will come to you. Doja, are you there?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
1 minute Nigerian, and thank you everyone on this space. I think the time frame you're most likely speaking to is the time frame in which they can tender it to the Supreme Court. Is the time frame in which they can tender. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, but we'll keep listening. But go ahead.
Okay, I don't know okay, I think it's the issue is solved. So the time frame essentially to me I think refers to the time frame in which they can tender before the Supreme Court. Basically they're supposed to have 14 days from when judgment was granted, but can they still tender it irrespective of that? Article's lawyers claim there's a process through which they can trigger the tendering of that document. It's a very important document, and in the interest of justice they just might be able to pull it off and trigger that process. But that's not even what I was about to say, or it wasn't that I really wanted to dwell on. What I wanted to dwell on, is
it tilts more towards what Emma Saddam has said, and what well-meaning Nigerian has said as to going to CBS's comment section. You see, the thing we need to understand is that let's go to CBS's comment section and do the needful. But we need to do a bit more than that. Let us, from now, let's start tagging all credible news outlets in the US. And you can tag them with tact. If you're tagging Fox News now, for example, you can say, this Nigerian president who attended the Democratic Convention, which Tinubu actually did when Obama was inaugurated as president, and who is chummy with the Democrats, trying to stop the release of his documents. You understand? I think you guys should look into this and try to find out what is going on. Are the Democrats culpable? Did they have anything to do with it? You know, tag CNN, tag Fox News. If you're tagging Fox, you come from that angle. That is there anything with this? Does he have anything going on with the Democrats? He achieved their he attended their convention. He's been there, he's been indicted for drugs, and now he's trying to block release of his records because it appears the records might belong to somebody else, and he might have been, using them. And they are trying to or they're trying to bring it out into light. Because one thing I've discovered is, see, light is the best disinfectant. And what I mean by light is attention. The more attention you drag into this issue worldwide, the more it becomes even more contentious, and everybody becomes more interested in what really is happening here. How do we get to the bottom of this? And the more Chicago State even itself becomes even more, you understand, put on the hot seat even more. So tag news outlets, Al Jazeera. Let Al Jazeera know that the Nigerian president is hiding something. A court has ordered his educational records be released, but he has gone to file an emergency thing. I think you'll be interested in this news item. This is newsworthy. Tag Al Jazeera. We don't want to keep it as a Chicago affair. We want to make it a national American affair. We want to make it a worldwide affair. So tag Al Jazeera, tag Fox News, tag all those breadbat guys for Republican Party, track Trump news, those guys that carry Trump news. When you're tagging Trump news outlets, let you know that the Democrats, it appears is something fishy. This man is a known associate of the Democrats, a known associate, you understand, of Clinton, and he has attended Democratic convention several times. What are they doing? What are they trying to do with him? There's an election coming up in America. So trust me, if you do that, all the Republican news, all of them would carry it. Tag famous Republican handles on Twitter, famous Republican, all those pro-Trump, pro-Republican handles, then tag all the CNN, tag Fox News, tag all the news. I mean, any news channel that you know that is credible and is international, tag them and let them know this is a newsworthy story. See, once you bring light to it, you would see that it becomes more difficult for them to maneuver. In Nigeria is almost becoming a lost cause. To me, it seems like this Chicago State case is almost like our last chance. It's like our last shot at salvation. Because whatever happens in this Chicago State case, even if they take it to the Supreme Court, it would be, how do I want to describe it? It would be the biggest setup of the century if the Supreme Court should allow him to go scot-free. Because if they allow him to go scot-free, essentially, and they plead technicalities, they've essentially told the whole world, they've announced to the military boys, everybody, that we don't care about constitution, we don't care about justice, we care about technicalities. That would invite anything they see, anything that comes is their business. If anything happens, if people come together and say this is no longer a constitutional order, whatever it is that flows, that happens, that has been happening in other African countries, anything they see, they will take. So that Chicago State University is almost like it's becoming looking like it is our key. Like that Chicago State University case contains the key that you've been looking for. That's the key that might end up unlocking that new Nigeria, because you can't unlock new Nigeria with those guys in charge. It's not possible. They are desecrating all our institutions currently. In fact, everybody is a victim. The judges everywhere are creating laws. It's as if the constitution no longer exists. They are turning law on its head. What is left is for lawyers to go and start using their call to bar certificates to sell akara, because it's looking like it's not what the paper it is written on. Because when you go to court, the judiciary is supposed to be the bastion, last port of call of the common man, and you go to court and you can't get justice, and it's so blatant. What then are the common people supposed to do? So, the reality is this: we are not doing anything untowards. We are just amplifying. And that's the key word: amplify. Amplify the court case in Chicago. It's not by making a trend on Twitter. Tag everybody that has a loud voice, that is interested, that has an interest in American politics, that has an interest, in seeing truth. Those people that are investigative reporters in America, Wall Street Journal, tag them, put a small write up. You understand? Tag them. Once you tag them, we make this thing a global issue. See, if it becomes a global issue, it's so funny. He's supposed to be the best student in his set. He claimed he was on the honors list. He claimed that he was the president of the accounting society while he was in Chicago State University. He claimed he was going to contest for the student union government president of Chicago State University. All these claims, and they want to ask for his results, and we are seeing all this abracadabra and legal gymnastics. We can put it out there. I can share the claims with Emir Saddam, and he'll put it with
Please,
any
please,
one of you.
Georgia, please share it with me, please, my brother.
I'll
Share it,
share
please.
it I'll share it in your inbox immediately I drop this mic. So you can post it out there so that as you are tagging all those people, I would even share the news article. Premium Times carried it, where he went to the Lagos State House of Assembly and mentioned all these things that he said he did in Chicago State University. So he mentioned everything. If he mentioned all those things, what is he afraid of? So tag all the as you are tagging them, saying this is a newsworthy story of being investigated. Investigate this, report on this. This is newsworthy. This involves the president trying to forge his, put it out there. That's the admonition I'll give you. See, this has gone beyond law. There is law, there is politics, and there is the office of the public citizen, the voice of the people. Twitter has given all of us a voice. The relevant handles, let them amplify our voice. Thank you.
Kai, you don't like to make I say Saddam. You don't like to make a close space because this thing I don't want it to sink for people's head. Please, oh God,
Bro, Nigerians, they always want people to spoon feed them all the time. People don't they say, can we get the website of this that? You don't need it. Just go to Google, type in radio station in Chicago, type in list of radio station. Everything will come out. Nigeria, must we do it? My DM don't full now. Can you send this list? I know they work with them, and I Google me to the Google. Abeg, no una go Google, type in list of TV stations in Chicago. E go fall outside. Their contact details. Scroll to the bottom of the website. You see it's there. Contact us. Everything they there, my people. Hey, Jimmy, can we get this? Jimmy, can we do this? Can we? You can do these things yourself. You don't need anyone to do. You can do. You post it. Let me repost them. Let me start following you based on the things you're doing. You don't need to wait for people. You don't need to for Jimmy or Saddam to do it. Do it. It's your own rule. It's your own role towards this movement. Do not underestimate yourself. Go out. Anything you can do. Tag anybody you can tag. It is a disgrace. It's an international disgrace. Say, was I the only person that heard it when the lawyer was saying it would be a life damage to him? Which kind of stupid life? He has ruined so many people's life, and you don't want your own life to ruin now. I hear that already. You don't want people to release your record. What is so bad about that record? And these shameless APC people, they are hosting their own spaces. No, they are saying, maybe it's just one single day or two. One say 22, one say 25. They should just raise it and correct it now. On a space, Nigerians that we are sharing the same country with. The shame of knowing that a president of Nigeria is actually blocking a motion from his certificate to be shown. Who should be prouder that yes?
My brother, this is I swear it is. I think
You don't
honestly
understand.
speaking,
Who should be prouder?
this is
Say
crazy.
at this university I go and I graduated from here. One time he's saying do security do security for America. He's struggling do security man for America. Another time he could talk say inherit estate. Man, I don't know how we got here. Back to you, well meaning. It's
Jimmy, you remember when Donald Trump said Obama was not born in America? Obama is not an American citizen.
A lawyer brought that case up in court in front of Jeffrey on last week Tuesday when we went to the court. A lawyer brought it up. Said this is a situation of when Trump told Obama that he wasn't born in America. And the next thing was Obama tendered a certificate. He made it public on social media. Everybody saw it. It was mentioned to Judge Jeffrey. I was in the court. Myself, Mr. Jack.
There was no drama. There was no drama about this.
It was mentioned in the court. They use that as a reference that this is just a similar thing because the amount of money you spent in preventing your certificate to be shown to people is more than how much is the school fees. It's more than the school fees itself,
Tinubu say na your
bro.
Jimmy say na your certificate.
And then
You get it.
and the followers are not worried about, okay, really and truly, if you did go, why can't you just show people? Man, back to you, one minute. Oh more man.
Iconozo, go ahead. After which we come to Naponza. I think Naponza you have been dropping for so long. Iconozo. Okay, then
Hello, can you hear me?
yeah, go ahead. Let's
Oh,
try to
okay,
keep it short, maybe 3 minutes if we can, so we can take
okay. No, no
20 minutes.
wahala.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think Doja has said most of what I was going to say, which is like to focus on like just um what's it called, like just tagging like news senators. Please, Nigerians, my darling fellow Nigerians, please leave the judge alone. Nobody should go threatening her. Nobody should, like, just please leave her alone. Let us focus on what we can control and those that will be looking for content. And I'm doing up a list. I just did it, but when I was trying to come back here, I think I deleted it. But I'm going to do up a list again of senators, like just news networks, the people that we need to focus on. And then, like, I found a list that is like the most followed reporters by, what are they called? Most followed reporters by senators, or like the reporters that all the senators in the American whatever follow. So I'm going to do that list and I'll just put each of them and categorize them so that we can go with them, and I'll post them on the page. So that's what I wanted to say is like, please leave the judge alone, but let us focus on what we can control, which is the media. And it's just to bring as much attention as we can to it. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'll be looking forward to that. Maybe when you do it, you can tag me or send it to me the DM so I can put it on Jumbotron as well.
And
Or
people
or- and
focus
or-
on those senators from Chicago. They know say na from their city, that in the heart. Make them focus on those senators from Chicago. Those ones from, make them pressure those ones with the Chicago. They will be embarrassed that this then go face Chicago. This one where they talk say they know they keep credentials of people after certain years. Then go sue that school afterwards. The damage they are bringing to the city. Then go sue them. Other universities where we say if you collect your transcript any day, anytime, no matter how long ago you've graduated from that school, and they are now coming to talk nonsense now. It's not going to, guys, all hands on deck at this point in time. Just go on Google, make use of your smartphone. It doesn't matter. Go on Google, type it, list of senators from Chicago, Illinois. Chicago, Illinois. Just it will bring it out. Their contact details, everything, their email. Send them an email. Be polite. Don't harass anybody. Just complain. Let them know this is the madness going on in their city. This is the madness going on in America right now. Let everybody know. So we are the Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians. We don't dey open ourselves. Yes, we una know say yes. We dey report ourselves. Say this person is not representing us. So make them notice all of us mad for that country. Make them know the ones we get correct, where their senses they intact in that country. Back to you, well-meaning.
All right, Napunzel, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, they've been attacking me. I've been kicked out several times. I wanted to talk, but thank you, please. Hi, everybody. Nice to be here. Thank you all for the work that you're doing. Violence Peace team and crew, you guys, thank you for still keeping the fire burning. I'm glad I joined today. I have not been joining so many for some time now. I joined, but I really don't, I can't stay. Sometimes I just leave. But I just wanted to say, please, that this matter is not. I live in the United States. I just wanted to say why I took the mic is Saddam saying Democrat, but it is not about only Democrats. I think even Democrats, Republicans, Nigerians that are in America that we really do need to take action. If we leave it for just, oh, let these people do it, let that person, it doesn't even matter. As far as I know, this upcoming presidential election, it can swing any which way. I am an ardent Democrat, but Biden is not really my candidate because I think he's really too old. I cannot be complaining for Tinubu in Nigeria and be supporting Biden. hypocritical on my part. So even though there's nothing to compare both men, but there's still something to compare them. They are old. Is what I'm crying before. So why would I be saying not Tinubu because of his age and then Biden because then I'll support Biden? Anyway, that's not. But I'm just saying that we cannot limit our protest. We should. Is Tinubu in the United States really? If Tinubu is truly in New York and Nigerians in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, even Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, all of you in that area, why are you not there? What is going on? Obedience. What's happening? You should have been there. Find out where he is. For goodness sake. He should know that you know what you stop our people from doing in Nigeria, that they cannot protest. We have kind of been gagged, our hands and legs have been tied because of the brutality that they will unleash. Who born them? Let them come and unleash the same brutality in United States. And please, we should organize something. If somebody knows where he is, we need to go there. He should feel that we are not happy, which of course we are not. He stole our mandate. He should know. He can, if he's really here, he cannot come here, breathe in, breathe out. This is not France. This is not Europe. I say, obedience. Are you guys here? Seriously, I know Stephen is mourning. Stephen that is in New York. I know he's mourning right now. Honestly, otherwise, I know Stephen would have put something. He would have organized something to happen, and something could have happened. We should start first of all with letting Tinubu know that he is not welcomed. I don't care if American government welcome him. That one is his business. But we are not happy that he's here and he's not welcome, and that he cannot just come here and act like, oh, everything is a-okay. Number one. Number two, please leave the party sentiments to the side. You all know how we do. Let's leave it away and massively start tagging, calling out, even physically calling our representatives. Is Jimmy, I heard you saying we should try doing the senators in Chicago. I think if you call your own personal, if me and you share the same, let's say, senator or the same congressman, and they hear 2, 3, 4, even 5 phone calls from these random Nigerians calling their office over, even if they don't know what is going on, they will try to look into it. I have personally called the senator before because they denied my mother visa. You would think that random phone call, just me calling for my mother's visa, you think that nobody will respond? They responded to me. They contacted Lagos. They did talk to them. Lagos told them whatever was going on, the embassy in Lagos. Then they sent me an email. I'm like, oh, look, these people really actually paid attention to me. But just imagine when there is 3, 4, 5 people, let's say by the grace of God, there's 5 Nigerians living in the same area that share the same senator. If they will look, they'll say, what is this? What is really this issue? If they don't know, they will know. It is our own agitation. It is our own protest. It don't reach our mouth now. If it is really like it's on our domot, gong gong gong. And you know that a decision here, or even what we do or what we fail to do, it will affect this. You guys know. Now, on the case of Tinubu can probably pay the judges, Mona, forget that thing. Listen, if anybody can pay judges and get away with whatever thing they are being accused of, Tinubu na criminal, no, but Tinubu no get sense or criminal reach Donald Trump. If Donald Trump could not bribe, pay, do away, sweep under the rug, gaslight, technicality, lies, anything, his own case, whether he was guilty or not, they still hear him for court. If anybody knows how to do anything backhandedly, I give it to Donald Trump. He will know how to do the backhand. He has the connection. He's even America. Donald Trump is America himself. He's an all, what do they call them? Old boys club. If he cannot do it, make Tinubu try. I swear to God, Mark, if Tinubu try and bribe his way for this case, and they somehow, they do mago. When I know say this Tinubu, they look it up. That is, they should give him president of all criminals. Say this person we're dealing with. I'm not sure. Say I don't think there will be any criminal that is past or future that will be worse than him. He no fit do him. If Donald Trump cannot do it, if Donald Trump did everything to make sure that his cases do not even go to court, but there's not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, they still went to court. Tinubu no fit do nothing. So I'm not saying whether, and there's another thing again I wanted to say before I forget is that this judge, and that's for people thinking this is about Democrat and Republican. I think the judge, the female judge that spoke today, I'm researching her, but what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing is like she's Republican leaning. She is Republican leaning. That's what I'm seeing. But I don't think it should be a matter of party. We do party for America, finish, no problem. But when we reach Nigeria, we know where we are obedient. What are we fighting for? It's not even about being obedient or anything. We're fighting that let them just shine that light on the truth. That's all. If this man don't have so much thing to hide, somebody said, "Oh, even if the certificate is that he failed, even if it's because he failed his result, certificate they don't print result on it." I'm almost done. Well, meaning, thank you, please. They don't print result on the certificate. So it's not like we're going to say that he have F9 in maths, F9 in English. We won't even see that. We just say this is that is all the certificate we show. So the reason of all these things, Mokuna forget, we all know that he doesn't have it. It is not true. So if CSU wants to go and manufacture the certificate for him on his behalf because of say no her, well anyway, it's possible because if somebody like Erufai, I'm not deviating here, can be paying Oxford University, who knows how many million grants he's giving Oxford University. What is CSU anyway? So these people, organizations are criminal and they are thieves. But now for here, now we go tell us say go pass. My call is just really Nigerians in the United States, please, the ones in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, please find out where Tinubu is. He's past Manhattan. Make una organize them, I go come. I go buy flight tickets, come. Even if it's just to stand there for 1 minute and say we stand, make him know say we come, then we disperse. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Napunzel. Thank you. All right, quickly, let's go straight to Office of the Citizen. I know you have been here for the longest, after which we'll come to Ernest. Office of Citizen, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good night. I am, at least thank you very much, Uncle Jimmy, for the opportunity to listen into that. Many people could not join the WebEx. So thanks a lot for that. And yes, I agree. I think a lot of folks have already said, so I'm not going to even, I'll not need to. I wish someone can even record what Barrister Dodger said about mounting pressure so that it goes as viral as possible. These guys, they are very easy to reach out to on Twitter. Guys like RT, especially the alternative news sources, not even the usual ones. Guys like RT, Breitbart, and all of that. So there's no need to go through that whole stuff again. My own issue is I had when the news came that Tinubu was going to New York. I remember saying this on the timeline, saying that guys, people need to organize. If you are in the US, to organize a protest so that the world knows that this man is an illegitimate person, right? I remember even reaching out to people's DMs to try to mention this. I remember tagging folks on the timeline, but I would say, hopefully we can still pull something off with regards to this. So please, as much as possible, so we're not only doing things online. We don't want to chide folks in Nigeria to say that they are not coming out if we cannot get the opportunity like this and we are not coming out, right? So that's my own message for that. On the death of the Nigerian judiciary, there's nothing I can say about that. When I see people try to protest about the wrong things, it gives me a headache. People try to protest that the same citizens that elevates cultists up to the point that they win Grammy awards are the ones that are trying to protest against the same people that may be most likely responsible for the issues that we face in society. So Nigeria is a very very interesting contraption. Hopefully the Nigerian people will wake up. At this point, my only message is that, and if you're a lawyer, sorry,
If you're a Nigerian lawyer, sorry, be like your law not too hold water again, because anybody can go to court and tell you anything. Somebody can wake up and say that your house is no more your house, that some Chinese people have come to collect it, and then you cannot go to court and get justice. So, well, I don't know. Yeah. I'm hoping that the Nigerian people wake up at this point and do something serious about it. And I think I'll just use the mic at this point. Thank you very much.
All
Cheers,
right,
guys.
thank you very much, Office of Citizen. Okay, quickly let's take Ernest. After which you come to Mr. Jones.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, depending on where you're spacing from. Thank you, Jimmy. I mean, this was huge. I was just on a lighter note to begin. That by the time we get our mandate back, I think this will be part of those very high points, whether Netflix or whatever the movie makers will eventually made it into. To be honest, it was a suspense feed. Now, I want to say something. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm a storyteller. And you cannot rule out instinct, senses, and perception. There's a reason why they play sound. Sound is one of the most pivotal elements in any movie. You cannot be playing a horror movie in a romantic scene. There's a reason why. And there's something in African proverb they said is from the morning you begin to detect how evening will look like. That's why I'm very, very happy with what Doja recommended by saying we should put pressure. See, please, guys, let's relax this American thing, and say emotions, no emotion. There's a reason why Americans study the body language of their public figures. There's 9/11 just passed just a few days ago. They still study George Bush's face when the news was delivered to him in the classroom. How did he feel? To know if he was like a premeditated, the whole American conspiracy. So let's die down. Let's relax this America. The reason why we should even relax it, America, one, there's a bigger picture to this case. The White House is interested. I don't. It's like we've forgotten this thing. The White House is interested in this case, whether we like it or not. It is a fact. This guy is an American stooge. He's an American stooge. So let's relax this thing. And one thing you need to know is that it's only one of the things that have brought justice for America is pressure. Look at most of the race cases, the race, black and the rest. It's pressure. It's not because of one rule and process and all that. Guys, please, it's pressure. And when you talk about Trump issue and all that, that one we know one of the reasons why Trump was really dragged is this liberal and conservative thing. It's very, very key in American ideology. So it's not because of they cannot. No, 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 no. With what me I perceive, like I said, I'm a storyteller, I'm not a lawyer, but there's a reason why sound is one of the. Go and check Hollywood movies that win award. The sound is key. This lady was too hard. First, I feel was below par when you said she has not read what was tendered to her. I feel that was really low. It sounded like a Nigerian kind of judge. You've not read what he tendered to you. What do you mean? Like I was just thinking, what's happening here? And then she was too agitated towards this article's lawyer. For God's sake, she repeated the word rush almost 4 times at a point. Say rush, 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 rush. Guys, go and play back the thing. She said rush, 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 rush. That's how a Nigerian person that has collected corn used to behave. So the body language towards the article guy was so calm, was very calm, but this lady was just agitated at every point, agitated. Yes, maybe the article lawyer should have mentioned the date thing and all that, but she was too agitated, just like Samani. It was like PEPT uh, uh, reloaded. So with the pressure for me is what is key. It's not the American thing. Please, guys, I don't want to know whether it's except if it's angel in heaven. That's where for me, it's only with angels in heaven that I will say, okay, this case is different. But as long as it's on this earth, forget it. And like I said, there's a bigger picture to this thing. That's why and for me, I was very happy at CSU case, CSU. They were very neutral. I was even expecting some kind of, I was expecting some negative body language from them, but they were very neutral if you observe how they played out and all that. So they were very neutral. So, guys, I really think we should put that pressure. It's just too important at this case. We must make noise. We no one hear one story on this. And like Doja said, this is like, it's like the, what's it called now? like the last straw in another way, like what we need to when for example every other art venue is almost locked, but you just need one key, like a master key, that will restart the entire body of the engine. Is That's what I see all this, because public opinion is key. Yes, I'll be rounding up now. Public opinion is key, and we need this public opinion, whether it falls under the timeline of the Supreme Court or not. We need it so bad. So thank you guys. Please pressure, I yield the mic.
Uh,
Thank you.
all right. Thank you, Ernest. Sorry, 1 minute. Thank you, Ernest. That was beautiful. So, guys, if there is anyone interested in being in New York, at the hotel, said Regis, I have a couple of people reaching out to me. They just don't want to be the only person there. So if you're in New York, you're interested in going, reach out to me. I can hook you up. You hook you guys up together and just go there. It's America. No one is going to disturb you. You're protesting and you have the right to do that. So no one is going to stop you from doing that. So on the jumbotron as well, there are a couple of links where you can tag the right people you might want to reach out to. The links on the jumbotron as well. I think Georgia wants to say something in a minute. And also, someone put a link of America's senators on the comment section, and if you click on that link, it will give you their names and the party they belong to. The moment you click on that name, it will take you to their Twitter handle. Automatically it will take you to their Twitter handle. So if you can do that, yeah, you can easily reach out to any of the senators. You can tag them. You can, I'm not sure if you can send message to them, but yeah, you have the message. You have their contact details there. Well, their WhatsApp, not WhatsApp, Twitter handle, where you can tweet at them or say whatever it is you want to say regarding what is going on. Please do not be rude to anybody. Do not disrespect anybody, and most especially, guys, do not say anything to the judge. The female judge that presided on the case today, she has nothing to do with what is going on. I've seen a lot of people trying to have a go at her or insinuating that she has corn in her pocket. Please don't. Let's not do that. Okay. The the way the system is here is different. You don't want to use things like this to just ruin your case. She might not feel offended, but she might just want to be crazy about the whatever it is you say to her, you send to her, because people already in my DM say, let us call her out, we go into a DM, give me a dad. I beg, I beg. Then I'm hearing now that they're shooting at people in Lekki doing candlelight for Mobad. I'm not sure how true that is, but yeah. Anyone that is that has people there, be safe. Okay. Back to you, 1 minute.
All right, Georgia, I think, sorry, Mr. Jones. I think Georgia was waving his hand. He wanted to say something. Georgia, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, the speaker that spoke before Jimmy, he mentioned quite a number of things about the judge, that was in that case, how irritated she is and on edge and all of that. I just want to say something that I think should resonate with everybody here. You see, I'm not Nigeria, but I apologize on behalf of Nigeria for scarring everybody here, because Nigeria is what makes us think that everybody else outside Nigeria, would behave in a Nigerian manner. The Nigerian system is bad. It kills your confidence in other systems and it makes you suspicious of any other system. The reality is that I've had conversations with going to almost 30 to 40 different people who I respect and who I respect their intellect, people who are very smart, some way smarter than I am. And those people are, some of them live in America and some of them, live in other jurisdictions. And I can tell you free of charge, the American judicial system is not perfect. It still has about, say, 20% of it, that they constantly try to clean up, but 80% it's like there. It's not perfect. There's no perfect judicial system in the world. But what I can tell you free of charge is that in this particular matter, justice will be done. I had that confidence. And I saw some people, who were familiar, with the American system, people like Miss Pels and other people that were posting about these things. You'd see it when they would say that it doesn't matter if Tinubu marries Biden. It doesn't matter, you understand? If he literally marries Biden, justice will still be done. That is America for you. It doesn't matter, you understand, how long it takes. Justice will catch up with you. Justice will be done. So let's not bother ourselves too much and say, oh, the judge was this. The judge mentioned something that a lot of
Georgia,
people might
Georgia,
have
no
missed.
vex. Georgia, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
In this particular case now, a delayed justice is injustice.
And that's where I'm getting to. I'm getting there. So I'll speak to that as well. You know, First of all, you will understand that immediately after that judgment was granted, time was already going. Tinubu's lawyers just filed something today to try to stop it. What did they do when they filed something to stop it? In Nigeria, assuming you filed something to stop it, it will still take you like another 1 week before you are struggling, or 2 weeks, even a month. So you are struggling to get caught and get date and get it assigned. They called for an emergency hearing. The emergency hearing is like hours, like maybe 1 hour, 2 hours after, to the extent that all of them have to dial in from wherever they are, calling for an emergency hearing to hear what he has to say, when ordinarily in other jurisdictions, that thing he did would have stalled the case completely. And I'm sure that's why he did it.
But
And
Doja, don't you think that's because the timeline for CSU was going to elapse today? If it didn't call for that
no,
hearing, CSU would have no option, yeah?
no, that's what I'm saying. You see, in Nigeria, when you give you a judgment, they will say you have a right of appeal. You can go and file your notice of appeal, stop it. You understand? So just look at it as what he's trying to do. Equate it. What he's trying to do is like he's trying to appeal the decision that the judge has already made. In Nigeria, you know how long it will take for them to be able to do an appeal? But this happened within hours. Secondly, the judge in question, when she was speaking, she mentioned that she's handling about 400 cases. She might just be looking at it that, why are they disturbing me with this thing? Like, this thing, I'm busy. I have to take this and add it to my workload. She's a woman. She probably has a family, has a lot of things she's juggling and handling. You have to be able to understand that and understand that her being on edge does not have anything to do with her being unable to dispense justice. She's not like them, Samani. As she is like that, whenever she dispenses justice, whatever it is that happens in this case will still be reviewed. It's not like Nigeria that you have the NJC that is the all-powerful, that appoints, that reviews, that punishes, that does everything in the judiciary. They would bring a petition against the judge will sit on the petition against his or herself. No. There is another agency in America that reviews the judgments. And if the judgment is not up to par, whatever conduct in all these things is not up to par, she'll be penalized. So America is a land where there are consequences for action. In fact, Chicago State, you are looking at, if they go on that deposition and they lie under oath, there are consequences. That deposition on its own can trigger a federal investigation if they go there and lie under oath. FBI will still investigate it, to investigate everything they've said and see that it's true. So America is a land of consequences. It's a land where justice works. And last but not the least, the American judicial system has been so rooted and so done that the American justices stay away from politicians. They don't frolic with them. The politicians, in fact, they look at them because, see, it's almost like when they say, stay above board. You must not mix with these people. And there are consequences for that. So even the politicians who don't go looking for the judges, it's like one of the worst possible things you can ever try to do in America, to obstruct justice or to try to pervert justice. Is one of the worst possible crimes. So let's get it in our heads that America works. If we are calling international attention to it, we are not calling the international attention for the American judiciary to do its work. The American judiciary will do its work anyways and dispense justice. We are calling international attention to the antics that is doing to embarrass the Nigerian judges, who most of the time do not do their work until they are prompted to. So we have to be able to understand and delineate it. And we are calling international attention so that somebody else who is curious can investigate. If there are a lot of people on that matter, more secrets and more things will begin to become unearthed. They would unearth it. And before you know, it becomes a worldwide phenomenon that everybody is interested in. So the American judiciary has no problems. I'm very confident that justice will be done. I'm confident that their delay tactics will most likely not work out. They are going to try, but they'll fail. There's nobody right now that can help them. Not even the American president in interfering with this case. Nobody. Nobody can help them. So that's the contribution I wanted to make. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you
One
very
minute,
much,
let me
Georgia.
quickly say something concerning this. Georgia, man, you're spot on, 100% spot on. So that's why I had to make Saddam understand the other time that no matter how many times you shout Biden's name or you say Democrats are the cause of this thing, the law will take its course. Trust me. That judge will go through every single file that is being presented to her concerning this case, and she will rule accordingly. She will give her own judgment. If she's the one that should give the final judgment, she will. And there are other judges or other agencies watching over her judgment, if it's right or wrong. So, guys, you guys just don't worry. The good thing is the case has started. It will come to an end, and it will come to a very conclusive end. They will release that. I'm telling you, they will release whatever papers they have about this man. And CSU already, they are already in a mess. With this case, CSU is already in a mess. Believe you me. They are already. So they have to save their head any which way they can. So guys, just relax and let everything play itself out. That's all I would say. Thank you so much, Georgia. Well meaning, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much, Big Man. I was going to say this. The fear is not whether justice will not be done in America. I actually think justice will be done. But my question is, if justice will be done early enough for Nigerian technicalities not to kick it out. I think that's the real point. So I
It
think
will
people
be
don't understand.
done. Well meaning, it will be done on time. They know they have a time
Early
frame.
enough for
They
Nigerian
have a
justice.
time frame they're working with. If not, like Judge said, they would not call for an emergency hearing. They won't. But they
Okay,
will because they know the sensitivity. That's why they are doing this. They will
they
do
called
it
for an
within the
emergency
time frame.
mark. They called for an emergency hearing because the deadline was going to expire today. And what I'm even saying now is that I don't know if I was the only one that heard that call. When the judge first eventually agreed to Monday, I heard the lawyer of Tinubu, I think it was the lawyer of Tinubu, happily said, "That's good, that works for us." That joy alone, for me, okay. Anyway, Tinubu is not, I think we think Tinubu is bothered about public image. But Tinubu is not bothered about public image. Oh. Tinubu is okay if they release the document in November. Even if the whole world say, "Oh, Tinubu did not go to school," oh, it's your own. No. Tinubu is. I think we still think Tinubu cares about public image or anything. He does not care. So anything that comes out from that place, it might be justice, but
One minute. One
the
minute.
implication
You
for
think
Nigeria is what
Tinubu don't care?
concerns us.
1 minute. You think he does not care about his public image at this point?
When it comes to Nigeria, Tinubu does not
You'll
care.
be surprised. You'll be
I say when
surprised.
it
Don't
comes to
worry.
Nigeria, Tinubu is in the US now. Tinubu was convicted in the US for drug trafficking. He's in the US today as we are speaking. So that's all he needs. He does not need Nigerians' approval the way Tinubu is now.
He's in the US because now he has immunity as president-elect, not just as a normal person. If he was indicted, definitely they will pick him up, or he will be barred from coming after a certain period of time. And maybe that time has elapsed. But trust me, this one will be a nationwide disgrace. You think he does not care? Why is he preventing them? Why is he spending all the money? Why does he not want the result to be released? My brother, just calm down. Wait and see how it will play out. Trust me. People are not
I've
sleeping.
said it to nobody should blame Supreme Court judge when they kick it out with technicality. That's my own. Everybody
Sorry,
will just
can
come.
I just quickly contribute something? Sorry, one meaning Nigerian.
Yeah,
Just
go
in
ahead, Georgia.
response to what you're saying. See,
Sorry, Mr. Jones, we come to you.
first of all, the facade that Tinubu doesn't care about his public image is not true. I know people, we all know people. I mean, even if people don't know people, like if you've been in the political space and you've had to work with people, you would know that he cares. These things you say. That's why the man came and said, I don't come to social media anymore because they abuse me from day to night. He's feeling it. He cares about it. You might not know. So what instead of listening to it, he tries to shut his head off. But this particular one, He can't avoid it. You have to be able to understand. The
Those are
man
the
does not have
people
the
say does not come to social media anymore.
see. The man does not have thick skin. The man said it himself that they abuse me from morning to night. That he can't come to social media. That he does not do social media anymore because he's just being abused and dragged from morning to night. I mean, that's on the one side. Even when it was just small, they said he's grabbing land, he's stealing all the land in Lagos. Those things get to him. People in his inner caucus, if you know any one of them or any one of them who's transparent and honest, they'll tell you it gets to him. He cares so much about his image. He cares so much about his image. That is the only reason why he did not, since after he became governor, go and do another WAEC because he doesn't want that stigma of so what happened to that Chicago State degree that you said you have. He doesn't want that stigma. That thing that Adeleke did, that he went to do a fresh WAEC when he could have done it, and if he had done it, he wouldn't have these issues he's having. But he couldn't because he cares so much about the image he has cultivated and
Yeah.
built. So let that not be
Anyway,
said that he doesn't care about his image. Then secondly, the timeliness of this thing you're talking about, would it come on time? So yeah, I'll explain something to you. This Tinubu certificate or no certificate is a test. I'd say something. It's the biggest test for the judiciary because it's a setup. Let me even put it that way. And if they go and play into the setup, they will start a chain of events that they might not be. I mean, nobody knows where it would lead us to. The setup is if it is clear to the whole world that this man does not have a certificate, or this man stole somebody else's identity, or whatever secret is hiding in that Chicago state comes out, an article takes it to them and attempts to tender it, and they accept it when he tenders it, only for them to now rule in judgment that it is countenance states, or they refuse to accept it. Nigerians will not understand, though. And that will
anyway,
give, I'm coming, and that will give anybody, it doesn't matter, any illegitimate person, the right to say this man that is occupying this thing is not constitutionally qualified. I can take him out of there and nothing will happen. And you know the types of people I'm talking about. It will give them that locus, that standing to say what these people that are there, they are not supposed to be there. The Supreme Court has failed. If the Supreme Court fails that test, it's going to be the worst possible thing they would ever fail because the Supreme Court itself, that failing that test might even threaten its own existence. Because what will happen, the chain of events that will happen eventually, and where it will culminate in, you're going to find yourselves in a scenario whereby by the time it eventually happens and it culminates in where it culminates in, all those set of people, everybody, do you see, they'll just, you've seen that cartoon or you've seen that joke where they say when a lion is running away, or do you see an elephant running away from the Nigerian police, and then the elephant meets a lion and he says, why are you running? Are you not the joke, are you not a big animal? And he says, they said they are looking for a goat. He said, why are you running? You're not a goat now. He said, it take me 20 years to explain myself. That kind of scenario is what will happen. Nobody would listen. The point I'm trying to make in all of this is that the Supreme Court, if they validate his election, in spite of that evidence existing, and they cannot accept that evidence, that is enough validation for everybody that Nigeria has failed. And that it's time to press the reset button. So let's not
yeah.
even argue as to the impact of that thing. That thing that article is doing. That's why I said it's like a key, a master key. If that key does not unlock at the Supreme Court, it will unlock something else. But the truth is that key is not going to remain on its own. It must unlock something. Whatever it is it will unlock, we don't know. But we do know that if the key finally represents the truth and the National Assembly cannot do the right thing, because, the judiciary validates, National Assembly is not ready to impeach when he's not qualified, Nigerians will do the right thing now and say, it is the Supreme Court says they refuse to do the right thing. And we know that this is it. The National Assembly is not doing the right thing. Nigerians will call themselves to order and do the right thing. So let's not even debate it. It's like it's like an academic exercise. The key would speak
All
for
right.
itself when the time
Yeah.
comes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Doja. All right, Mr. Jones, please go ahead.
Well, many Nigerian, I appreciate you. Jimmy, you've been doing a great job. Thanks. I want to add to what Dodger submitted earlier on about the political angle. I'm not too keen on the legal angle of what's going on in the court because American courts are relatively great, unlike Nigerian courts. So I'm not, the timing might be an issue we may run into trouble with. I cannot speak to that. But I'm looking at the political aspect of it. And the aspect I'm looking at is time to reach out to
our representatives here, whether they be Republicans or Democrats, I don't care. Especially if you have contributed to them before in the past to their campaigns. Reach out to that politician, start whispering in their ears to speak up against this man. You see, in Nigeria, we do all sorts of things. We talk about people taking bribe and putting corn in their pocket. The American system works by lobbying. What do you think Tinubu is still in America trying to do? He's trying to lobby people. They are trying to line up lobbying firms to start lobbying politicians for him. So it's time to preempt that and reach out to the people in House of Reps and Senate and start whispering in their ears that this man is illegitimate, he's a drug bad man, all the things we know about this man, so that the politicians can speak up and start checkmating him. That is exactly why you have not seen any picture with Biden. Biden will never do any photo op with Tinubu. No, hell no, he won't do it. Why? There is an election coming up next year, and he knows he doesn't want to be soiled with Tinubu. He doesn't want to be associated with him. I don't care what his Secretary of State is calling Tinubu and talking, or whoever is talking to Tinubu. You will not see Biden and Tinubu in a picture together. It's not going to happen. In fact, I was laughing when some people said, oh, he's going to meet him on the sideline. I just smiled. I said, let me watch that happen. Because Biden is a politician, and he knows better. What Tinubu will be doing right now is getting his people to contribute to their election funds. So part of the question we should start asking our representatives, let them ask who and who Tinubu has contributed to their election funds. Let us start asking who are they lobbying. That is how to start cutting off his hands in America. Who are they lobbying? When we get to the people that are lobbying, we start shaming them. Once we start shaming the politicians that are lobbying, this thing will unravel. That's the way to unravel Tinubu. Get to the people he's lobbying, then we can unravel him. Because right now, they are lobbying American politicians heavily. That's what they're doing. Just to silence them, they're contributing to their re-election funds, and that's the way American politics is played. I mean, in Nigeria, you can give back some money. Sorry, a call was coming in. Here you lobby the politician through his campaign funds. You contribute to his campaign. So for those of us who have been bundling money for politicians, start reaching out to the politicians you have bundled money for in the past. Start talking to their lobbyists. Let's dig out the people that Tinubu has been lobbying here in America. Then we can unravel him. I yield the mic.
Thank you that's a very good point. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. And please, guys, let's not forget what Doja said earlier, and a couple of people have recorded it. There are different things on the Jumbotron links. And like I said earlier, it's something you can be doing while you're on the space. Compose a simple tweet, reach out, at the very least, draw their attention. It's may not be something special. We don't want to do this copy and paste, like all of us copy and paste the same message, which is also fine. But if you look at the timeline, if there's something you can copy from somebody else, it's as simple as just saying, this so-called president of Nigeria, currently in the US, bringing his draw case, bringing this current case that is ongoing. In fact, you can spice it up with some picture of violence from the election. As in, there's a lot you can do. Then, but of course, the focal point is this current Chicago State University case. And like Doja was saying, tag international media, CNN, Fox, especially Fox News, right? And Tucker Carlson, like everybody have been saying since. Just look at the Jumbotron. There are a couple of things you could do. All right. Quickly, let's go straight to Caller Day, then Otumba, then Seven. Please, man, in the speaker section, you want to speak, ensure your hand is up. Okay.
Oh, my brother, God bless you real good. Emir Saddam, I salute you. I greet everybody out there. Doja, thank you for your submission tonight. I completely agree with your submission, 100%. I always say this, America is not Nigeria, whether we like it or not. Look, I listened from beginning to the end today, and I can say categorically that the judge was fair enough, very fair. She even helped us out. Look at what she said. They have at least between 2 weeks to even go about this process of what they will do or what they will not do. It's just like you are a judge, somebody run to you that in the next 1 hour this will happen, and if this happen, it's gonna cost us so much damage. You have no choice at that point but to stay on until you hear what exactly it is. That doesn't mean you are going to rule in favor of them or the other party. And one thing I want us to know, maybe from my own experience, so I'm an American judge. They are always careful of their order, their judgments being upturned. They are always very careful because it counts against them. If you see when journalists picks up the story, they will tell them, "Oh, the higher court have upturned about maybe 10 or 15 or 2 of these judgments." Or what. So they're always very, very careful before they can give you a judgment. So the former judge that wrote a judgment at Solomonic judgment to say he knows exactly what he did. He knows exactly what he did. So it will be very difficult for the higher courts to say they just want to just upturn it. For them, the win for them today is just that, oh, we're able to buy time. And if you look at it in the real light, they're only able to buy 1 week. All this thing we are saying by this time next week, by Wednesday, say by Wednesday stroke Thursday, midnight Thursday, it's done. We are only waiting for our own judgments. And she might decide to give her judgment within the next 24 hours. So for me today, she did well, whether we like it or not. We are eager to like, oh, we want it now, 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 now. But there's the process, and she knows that they are trying to like kill time. They are trying to just buy time. She knows. So let's just keep our fingers crossed and let us see how the action movie will keep playing. I understand the angle of the Nigerian factor where we need it now. If we can't meet up, look, whether this one meet up to Supreme Court, whatever deadline or not, but the outcome of the revelation is what we really, really need. If it meets up and the Supreme Court throw it out, what do we stand to benefit? Nothing. So, but the main thing is let it come out whichever way. That is where I stand on that one. And for me, I will say this again. I think the effort we use to mount pressure, the kind of pressure we mount on the PEPT justices, why don't you take it to Joe Biden himself? Let me tell you one thing, for every tweet Joe Biden makes, there's so many Republicans there that they are giving it to him back to back. There is no channel station that you won't see. So they all leverage on that platform. Take it to him. Like the same fire. He won't block anybody. If he blocks anybody, it become a bigger scandal. You get it? And if you talk, he's going to listen to you. He's going to listen to you if you talk. You get it? So let us take the heat to him. Every of his tweets bombard him with this question of what exactly is he dealing with, with the drug dealer, the Nigerian president. You get it? He's going to be embarrassed to like come out and clear himself. So that is another angle I'm looking at. Because all these politicians in the US, they all have their own whatever. If you talk to them, as long as it's not a bigger scandal, they don't really care. It doesn't bother them. But he who wants to run for office that knows that, oh, I have something at stake that the opposition can use against me, he's going to sit up. And if you are tagging, also begin to tag the so-called Republicans, not just all Republicans. There are some that they call the crazy ones among them. The left, are they the left or the right wingers? You get it? So those are the ones, the Magitero Green, the McCarthy and Co. Those are the ones you begin to put that pressure. Let them feel as if there is something between Biden and Tinubu that they want to open an investigation. So that is what I just want to contribute tonight. Jimmy, I'm going to reach out to you. I'm going to reach out to you, Jimmy. I'm going to reach out to you. Thank you, Big Mac, for the contact. Thank you, everyone. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kolade. All right, quickly, Otumba, please go ahead. If you know you're in the speaker section, Saddam, look out for Cizo. If you know you're in the speaker section and intend to speak, ensure your hand is up. If not, we'll need to drop you and bring up some other people. Go ahead, Otumba.
All right, thank you, Saddam, well-meaning Jimmy, everyone on speaker and everyone listening. I'll just jump right into it, guys. I'll start from a story about a painting. That painting is from the scene of the Great Flood, the one during the Bible, the biblical scene. Some people call it the launch scene. It's a 1826 painting by Joseph Court. And in that painting, there are 4 people on that painting: a man, his father, his wife, and his baby. And the three people in that painting that were drowning was his father, his wife, and his baby. And the man was reaching out to save his father, who represented his past, instead of saving his son, who represented his future, and his wife, who represents his present. I'm using this picture as an illustration to say that you cannot want a better Nigeria and support the current Democrats. We are mounting pressure on CSU for Tinubu's academical record. What happened to his criminal record? Who is holding that one? Is it Donald J. Trump, the orange man? Data says that the Illinois governor is a Democrat. The Chicago mayor is a Democrat. Even Springfield mayor is a Democrat. So that state is Democrat leaning. We have Nigerians in the US who are mostly Democrats, because these guys tend to pander towards blacks and Hispanians for votes. After that, they do little or nothing to improve their lifestyle. Almost the same thing as APC. You see, if it was Trump that was holding this Tinubu's criminal record, I swear to you, most people who are coming here to say it's not about party, they will speak up, they will shout, they will rent their garments, they will go haywire. Now everyone is trying to dilly-dally the whole issue, try to rub oil, try to tell us to be calm. What is calm in Nigeria? There is nothing calm about what is going on. They have used a lady to confuse people, because if they use the man, we'll all be combative. It seems we do not know the enemy we're up against. Is it not this same US judges that politicians pay for their holiday trip? Go out on Google and search this. This is not a game of the right judgment, but a game of delayed judgment. When we get that point right, we would understand what is going on. This is not a case of will that judge get that judgment right. It's a case of what time, the delay. That is the main game here. It's not really about the judgment. Will she say yes, release the document? It's when. We'll just be here one day, NTA will just do tanam, Zoom meeting, Supreme Court judgment, they've released their judgment ahead of time, they have looked at the case, we have said that this thing, Tinubu is not, he should continue. He should continue. There's nothing substantial against him. Then we'll come up here and we'll try to blame every other person. Say, it's you, the US Democrats will say, it's you people, or it's you people, your fault. Then people in religious, Redeemed Christian Church of God will come out and say, it is the US Democrats. People who are, guys, see, they're low-hanging fruits in these things. They are low-hanging fruits in these things. Can you remember the day we spoke about pastors? Who noticed that we had a drop in number? This thing is a case of what are you willing to sacrifice? Nobody wants his temple to be touched. As long as your temple is not touched, you're not on hot seat, you won't speak up. These are the type of compromising characters that our fathers and our grandfathers did and put this country into the mess that it is now. No, everybody just wants to stay on their own safe temple. As long as we are not talking about this, my US Democrats. Let's shout on every other person. Let's insult Kumuyi. Let us insult Ade Farati. Let us, if I start speaking about this thing now, Democrats might lose the next election and the orange man will come up. That is the truth that no one wants to speak here. We are just being intellectual, we'll just be here. Tinubu will be sneaked into the White House for private one-on-one. Or don't we know that there is a secret entrance into the White House?
Preach, oh, preach.
The FBI record, had it been they released that record on time? Do you know what the changes to have happened to that PEPT? Do you know that Tinubu probably wouldn't have been going to this UN Congress if they have released that report in time? We'll just be here, but after Supreme Court judgment, they will just sit one day, Supreme Court justice, and just release their listing to preempt this case. So this case, this judgment in America won't matter. Then we'll then be looking at Godswill Akpabio to use what came out to impeach Tinubu. Godswill Akpabio. Make we just they play, Shahene. Mo just they play. We too no book. That's the problem. People who know no book just carry us, put for dirty boxers. They play us up and down. This is not a move on right judgment. This is a move for delay. And I you with this, I beg. Thank you.
Otuba, which kind of NTA sound you can't play with that? Say na tara tara.
No, you see,
See,
women you see the truth. The truth is a very bitter pill. It's a very bitter pill to swallow. That's just the unfortunate truth. You understand? It is a very bitter pill. Everything we're talking about too. You know, come here, add one lie or sugarcoat them, or he just said the truth. When you come out and you want to talk about pastors, people will come out and defend them. You want to talk about politicians, we defend them. As long as you're breathing in this world, corruption they everywhere. Let us tell ourselves the truth. That's just, we start telling ourselves this hard truth and we start relearning so many things. The easier for us. The easier for us. Honestly speaking, I'm at that point where I don't trust anybody, any politician, white, yellow, black, green, blue. They are all everybody's the same thing. The only thing I say is system check. Yeah, system check. But what we are dealing right now with is timing. We need swift judgment. Swift judgment, immediate judgment. That's what we need. These people are trying to give us shorthand. Give us delay. Then they not delay us. They not come and tell and then after maybe next year they not release this judgment after Supreme Court have already ruled. Then maybe they not release it 1 week after. Truly, he did not go to school. He did not do anything. When I say yes, American justice system is perfect because they gave us delayed justice is injustice. It is injustice. Please, guys, go and bombard Tucker Carlson. Now that man, I want me to. If the day Tucker Carlson just talk about this drug dealer, the day he opens his mouth and speak about this drug dealer, it's over. Please, obedience. Go and tweet Tucker Carlson. Tweet that man's life out. Let him have no rest. Bomb his TL. Bomb bam every day. Please, disturb that man as a criminal drug baron is in bed with the ruling party in America. He will do everything to jump on that case. And if he jumps on that case, in show on Twitter alone, his show on Twitter is the view of all the cable network in America combined. If you combine all the cable networks in America together, their views are not up to half of his view on Twitter alone. Please, we have to be strategic this period. We have to be strategic. We have to keep our biases. Please, pocket our biases. Nigeria is bigger than all our individual biases. Please. It is very, very important we understand this. Thank you, Wem Niger. Please continue.
all right. Thank you very much, Sadaf. But Otumba is right. To be honest, see, hope we know the American can control. Okay, the judge can say whenever she wants to do la ruling, but she cannot tell Supreme Court when they need to do their case. Supreme Court can anytime. Once all this filing is complete, they can do the judgment the next day. Any other one. My point is that I think we are forgetting the Nigerian component in this whole thing. I think we still. I mean, if this whole thing is based only on American component, I would have said, okay, well, I mean, it's okay. There's a Nigerian component in this. That Nigerian component is what me I'm concerned about. It's not that I don't have problem with American justice system, firm, everything good. The Nigerian component, Nigeria. That's the problem. Simon, go ahead. After which you come to Nedu.
Hello, everybody. I have heard with keen attention everything that has happened so far. Well done, everybody. Well done, Emir Saddam. Well done, everybody. I would say that was I excited hearing the expedited conversation today. My heart was telling me maybe they will do it, maybe they will not do it. But people that know better than I am, or better than I know about these people, have said, oh, we can vouch for them. But just like Otuba Dike said, everybody is trying not to let their own ox get gored. So people are trying to act like, no, it's not exactly as problematic. I hope you're not falling for that trick, because truth is, anything this man puts his hand to can get corrupted. He corrupts everything. Things that you've never thought were corruptible, we've seen them go belly up in his time. And APC is a party of demons, and they are going to do everything possible to make sure
the hold they have over Nigerians never gets released. I honestly wish for this same momentum that we are seeing for justice for Mohbad for Nigeria. I honestly want that to happen because Nigeria cannot survive this. 100 days, 80 something trillion. We are going to hell with this person. I hope that it will not be too delayed for it to be thrown out from the Supreme Court. However, we know, yeah, we will live with the fact that we know the truth, but truth, when deferred, is like hope deferred also. It doesn't have the same effect because you are bearing with the fact that you already knew something was correct and someone just confirms into you after the deed has been done. The hurt still stays. The death of the judiciary, that one are normal. We have seen it play out once and again. I'm hopeful that the next set of criminals that will come out after this whole madness that the judiciary is doing, they will be willing to look the other way and also pass the judgments in favor of the new sets of criminals because all they are doing is entrenching criminality. We said, oh, they will have to bypass several laws to do this. They have bypassed it successfully using technicalities, even those that don't exist, things that are unheard of. I made a post on my WhatsApp. I said, congratulations, parents. So you taught us how to be good people. But it looks like adults who are your age mates have finally shown us that there was nothing good to live for. Why are you doing all the good when you can actually be a criminal and still have the judges do things for you? We were taught to live right, but these guys have shown us there is no need for all of that. Be a criminal. That's what you need to do to survive this economy. May Nigeria not become worse than we had known it before. And that's the only thing that will come out of this. I'm hopeful something will give. I'm betting that something will give. And I am going to be part of what will make sure something will give. Because this one, it will be bad. We can pray all we want. We can say it will favor me all we want. It will be bad. I see things and I'm shocked at what I see in my mind's eye. It's crazy. It is well with us. I rest my case at this point. I don't know what else to say.
All
But I'm
right,
not
thank
defeated though. I am not defeated, don't worry. But I don't know what else to say.
I don't feel it. Thank you very much, Seven. Okay, I know I'd called Nidu, but I need to give honor to honor is due. I think our brother Steve, Nidu, sorry, I'll come to you immediately. Our brother Steve, as a patriot that he is, even in the tough times, he wants to contribute. Some of us, like, he has good excuse to just be out of this place, but um, I'm sure the issues in Nigeria is so disturbing that you can't even think about some other deeper issues. What should normally be deeper than all this? It's crazy. Steve, are you there?
Thank you, well meaning Nigeria. Thank you,
Right.
Saddam, and everybody. You're right. There's no way I could stay away. Number one, two reasons. Saddam has called my constituency out. So, Peter will be USA. Not me put USA for my name. Now, you don't call my constituency now. So, I reserve the right to respond. Number one, I fear that the diaspora are beginning to. First, let me thank everybody for your kind words. So, where are my manners? Thank you very much. I'm very appreciative of everyone in the space that has reached out and also tweeted. I'm sure my dad is very proud of. He was an obedient. I have to add that. So he really, really looked forward to a Peter Obi presidency, and he said some things like, "Everybody knows that I will be better pass." So he's in Benin. He said, "We know." So he was very, very supportive of my personal effort and our collective effort. So thank you for your kind words. So back to where we are on this issue. I did hear wind of his coming to the UN event in New York, and I reached out to several people. Of course, this whole news has weighed me down a little bit. But what the sense I got feedback from our people here was, what do you want to do? Nigerians are not ready. That's the feedback I kept getting, and I kept pushing until to a point where it just got to yeah, my hands kind of were tied. Nigerians here feel like if anything is going to happen, it's going to happen in Nigeria. You can see it. You can see Nigerians are not ready. Blah blah blah. All those kind of talk. So that is the reason why, on my own end, when people are not actually out there today, but I still see that there's still a window. Many Nigerians here just are really disappointed at the what's going on, but they are kind of feeling like, what are we good? How would we move the ball from here? But I see the points Adam has made. For those that still want to turn up, of course, reach out. Everything is still possible. But I just feel that the fear is that it is in Nigeria that this team moves the ball. Then, as for the case, Donald Trump reminded this whole thing about hiding your personal information. The taxes of Trump went probably years just to reveal his taxes. So politicians, for whatever reason, hide their information. And Tinubu is taking from that angle. And I fear that why I'm saying this is because what happened today in Enugu, which some people may not be aware, is that Umba's um, forged document, the NYC certificate, NYC officials came to court to testify that the submitted NYC certificate by Peter Umba, Enugu governor, was not from them. They made a deposition. And the judge ruled today that that is not relevant. You don't need to have NYC to be governor. So whether it was fake or not, the judge said you don't even need that one. He's overqualified. So forget the fake. That is a court in Nigeria. So why are we? Something is asking me, why are we so particular? Let's assume it is true, this is fake and all that. Nigerian court today ruled that you don't need NYSC, even if it's fake, to be governor. And if you listen to people like Abati, this whole thing may even be a smoke screen. Our judiciary is, I don't know how to rate them. I don't believe we should be watching them at all. They've proven beyond doubt that they have no integrity whatsoever. So why are we interested? I see why we're interested, but the courts in Nigeria would not give a hoof. So I think the real truth is it's all eyes on Nigerians. So my own is, whilst it was good to follow this up, article has gone out to show, but the Nigerian court, waiting they say, yes, okay, now fake, it need to wait to happen. What do we do about the fact that we have a judiciary that really rules in a way that even lawyers are confused? People are burning their wig. They can't understand what rules they follow. In Bayelsa, a governor lost his seat because of a fake submission. Today, a court ruled in the same Nigeria that you don't need NYSC even if it's fake. And I want to emphasize, for emphasis sake, that NYSC officials made a deposition in the court as evidence. So they say, yes, we know it's fake, but you don't need it. Let me also emphasize that forgery is a crime. So they see the crime, they ignore it and rule in Enugu today. So why are we talking about so much? We don't have judiciary, bottom line, in Nigeria. We don't. It is really up to Nigerians completely. So I don't understand. Is this kicking the can down the road or giving us something to hold on to? We must hold on to ourselves. We are on our own completely. That's what I think. That's why I'm treating all eyes on Nigerians. But again, for those that are in US that want to do something around the tri-state area, of course, there's always something you can do. But again, what moves the ball is if we want to, as a collective, suspending our personal differences, our grievances, so that we see this as a collective. Justice for Mohbad is beautiful, but justice for Nigeria is even more better because Mohbad is a Nigerian. We need to find a way for the rule of law to be applied to every Nigerian so that this country will move forward. How can a judge sit down and say you don't need NYSC even though this one is confirmed fake? That means forgery. That's ground for dismissal. So if we're not talking about Enugu and we are now looking at Chicago, it may be that the Supreme Court, this whole thing is really a lot. So I want to appeal to everyone to kind of look at the whole picture and let us be circumspect. Also, the delay thing, Again, I used Donald Trump's taxes. Find out it took a long time. Until now, there are still things you want to review of Trump. He keep filing and filing for whatever reasons they are doing. So I just wanted to drop that in and thank everybody. And of course, Nigerians and America, do the bit you can indeed. Let's turn up. Let's turn up. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Big Steve. And again, our sincere condolences on behalf of everybody on this space. Since now maybe we're in Nigeria. On behalf of everybody, our condolences. And I think it's so heartwarming to hear that Daddy was an obedient. You did, yeah. You did, yeah. You did. But if you see obedience, you did know. If you see person wey like good governance, you did, you did know. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, quickly, let's go to okay, Nedu, I need to come to you. After which we'll come to Madam Eunice.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, go on, can hear you.
Hello? Okay, yeah. Hello, yes, Saddam. Well meaning and everyone, good evening. And to Stephen, please accept my condolences over the loss of your dad. I just want to put in here with a few comments. Firstly, regarding what happened today in the US, truth is that there is almost nothing that judge could have done. I think she did the exact thing that was required by law. The judge could care less about Atiku's case in Supreme Court or maybe voting police. However, trust me, I heard someone saying about Tinubu trying to get lobbyists in Washington and in DC to lobby for him and get the US authority to kind of like give him a pass. But the truth is that Tinubu actually, if you know how lobby firms work in DC, Tinubu doesn't have what it takes to actually change the hand of the clock or turn it, because that guy is way, way, way too dirty. Like, he's unbelievably dirty. But having said that, also, I want to say something that the criticality of where we are now is that so many people are not seeing something that is happening, and that is that PWP is actually the one screwing Tinubu so much from behind that it hurts Tinubu, and even more than what is happening with the CSU certificate. It is not out of nothing that all of a sudden all the US secret agencies have agreed to release Tinubu's file. This actually means a whole lot. And you ask yourself, who made it possible? Somebody told me on the 7th of September, just the morning after appeal court case. He just told me that he's ready to bet anything that Supreme Court is going to declare to them. I said that is not possible in the slightest. For me, I have lost hope. And the guy is telling me now that what is happening with Peter and Tinubu's case with CSU is nothing compared to what is going to be unveiled on him. And, it's not about whether Atiku tenders his case in the Supreme Court before the deadline. The fact is, even if Atiku tendered that CSU certificate, the Supreme Court, we don't have a country, just let's agree to that. We don't have a law. All these pretense, so let's go to the Supreme Court. Even if you bring anything before the Supreme Court, it's going to be thrown out. The saving grace is that, and that's exactly what Obi is trying to do. It's now trying to rally the world, trying to now expose Tinubu. So let's see an Ariwola that will come and say, before the world that Tinubu is free. Because what it means, somebody was saying that Tinubu doesn't care about his public perception. That's not how any president in the world works. Your public perception determines how stable your government is. If you are perceived as a very corrupt person and you have any instability, everybody's going to turn against you. The reason Buhari weathered all his problem was because the West sold him. Obama sold him as the savior of Nigeria. So anything that was happening, everybody was like, "Oh, but I thought he's incorrupt," And Buhari just got away with so many things. So for me, I'm waiting for October. Once I see that the documents released on Tinubu are very damning, then I can say yes, something is the crowds are gathering. But if I see that nothing is happening, then it means that we will be thinking of how to now take laws into our hands, because, like Stephen said, we don't have a law. It's very, very, very worrying that a country of 200 million people has no law. But I just want to believe that something will have to give, because I have seen a lot of moves. CNN interviewed Chimamanda on the 7th or 8th of September. And the person who conducted that CNN interview was, I think, Christian Amanpour, their biggest foreign correspondent. And this was not the first time. They should have done that some months ago when Chimamanda threw in his letter to Biden, but they kept it until now. So probably everybody was thinking the tribunal was going to do something right, but they sold out. And it's now clear to anybody that Tinubu has bought over the entire Nigeria. So our hope is now to rally the world against him. So in that regard, I would say I believe in what Saddam said. I believe that what is left for us to Gideon is to continue to amplify this, continue to do our Twitter advocacy. Because I heard the judge saying that he has been like this appeal court judge in the US saying that he has heard about this case in the news. So people are actually paying attention. Let's continue amplifying it, especially with this Tucker Carlson guy, because I know that guy as he stands now has every American on his, or not every American, most of the things happening in the US, he has it on his he has everything on his hands. So if we're able to get him to investigate this or even to make a comment, and it's very easy to get Tucker Carlson because he's against everything that is against Biden. Sorry, he's for everything that's against Biden. So Saddam, I will beg you, you have more reach than myself. All I can do is to retweet and pay money wherever there it's needed. So if you can do a tweet, with Tinubu's name on it, telling Tucker that this guy has been funneling and slush or corrupt fund to the Biden's family, that he just needs to investigate it. And, Tinubu is a low-hanging fruit. The moment he clicks on internet, he will see that the guy is a narco guy and he will pick up on the news because that news is something any journalist would be happy to report the news. So that's all I'm gonna say, please. So just we should all stand by, Saddam or anybody, we continue to retweet and believe it or not, it's getting the attention it required. I thank you once again, 1 minute and Saddam and everyone listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ned. Sorry, please. Well, thank you, my brother. I just made a tweet actually, guys. Please, I made a tweet up there on the jumbotron to Tucker Carlson. So please, you can just use that format and reword it, rephrase it, remodel it, redo it. Just please, guys, all our big handles on the platform. Please, let's make that tweet. Republicans, Democrats, whatever you're standing on today, please, independent, let's all make tweets, please, and tag that man. If that man gets like 1,000 tweets, his phone begin to hot hand for hand, the phone the hot for hand, he has to respond. He has to check it. It's big story for him. It's big story for him, honestly speaking, because there's no how we're just going to sit down and if we are not doing anything, at least we can use our hands and talk. Please, guys, thank you. Well, Niger, back to you.
Please, Saddam, just let me add something up. This is not just a one way, like we got to be doing it every time until even if it's consistently, there should be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, are you there?
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
I just want to add to that real quick here. Sorry, 1 minute. While we'll do that, guys, let's not forget that the actual person that made this all happen, David Hundeyin. Right. Let's not forget about David because you see what is going on right now. All this time you're seeing what they do. They are looking for David. He leaked national security information out. He do this, he do that. Then they say military. Now lie. Now because of this Chicago case, where David don't uproot because this is the only thing that wants to pull that man down. Now, because of this Chicago case, they are going after David. I can tell you now because all that one I just packaged. They want to make it look like he released a documentation is not meant. So any country that listens to them, they will look at him like someone that committed treason. Now lie. Now because of this damning information where David only talk about this Chicago case. Now David talk about the drug case. Now David talk about the Chicago thing. So let's not forget the fact that David Hundeyin is one of our topics today. Okay, we need to reach out to how to help him out. They are going after him right now. He's safe, but we need to get him in a safer environment. Okay, for him to be able to do what he's doing freely. It needs to be in a Western world. Right now, no African country can actually. I dey repeat am. Ghana is broke. Ghana go collect anything to release David as dem dey so. Ghana don broke. They don announce am. Wọ́n ti jẹ gbèsè. So as dem dey so let's not forget David Hundeyin is one of the topics we have today. Please, as we talk about this Tinubu thing too, David Hundeyin. He had an interview with I think Roscoe from ABC. Is it ABC 13 in Houston? He had an interview with that one, and they've reached out to that one as well. Any journalist, if you tell them about what I'm just saying this so you can chip it at the end of your submission to whoever you're reaching out to, and you let them know that this Chicago case, it was someone that brought it up, and the person that brought it up is being threatened. They are chasing him around the place. You never know who you're reaching out to. They might help him with an asylum. We need to protect that guy. It's better to do that now than for us to now say, they don't catch him. How we go take release? No, all hands on deck. Thank you. Well meaning. Back to you. I yield.
All right. Thank you very much, Jimmy. All right, quickly, let's just go straight to Madam Eunice. Okay, she just dropped. Um, all right, while we wait for her, Peter is better, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, my brother. Omolabese, Domo, Bewawo. I greet everybody. Emi and Saddam. Give me. God bless you, my brother. I wanted to even call you. I wanted to send you a message or send you a DM message that we should broadcast the Chicago judgment on the Chicago proceedings on this violence space. But something told me that don't worry yourself now. Jimmy knows what to do, and exactly my everything just worked out the way. When I came to the space again, I discovered that you were already streaming it online. God bless you, Jimmy. I appreciate you, Omoluabi one of Nigeria. God bless you. You see, Magnificent Dude, let me also greet everybody. Abokina Gary, Magnificent Dude, Stephen, God bless you. Please, just be strong. Sir Penkela, thank you for what you did at Kogi today. We saw your handwork, or yesterday. Umar Sani, God bless you all. I appreciate everybody. Ankadede, thank you. You see, I've been saying this thing. Sorry, I actually made a resolution that I will not be coming to spaces because I'm preparing for exams. I'm writing exams and all factors. But one thing told me is, I can't stay away from from talking about the problem of my country, because if there's any serious problem now, the program I'm running it's going to end, it's going to expire. That is the fact. But one truth is this, please, this is not time for poetry, this is not time for prose, this is time for action. Please, in your local environment where you are, tell your people, please be ready to die for your country, be ready to sacrifice for your country, be ready to sacrifice for your children and your unborn children, your great grandchildren. It is very, very important. This is the stage we have right now. If you understand the implication of a drug dealer, a drug lord, a bagman being your president, if you understand the implication, my brother, we are supposed to be in the streets 24 hours non-stop. But I'm surprised that Nigerians are still calm. They don't really understand the implications. If you understand that the implication of you having a drug man, a bagman as your head of state, it means that all bagmen will become your leaders. All criminals will become in charge. And when you are in charge, even the criminals will not be willing to invest in a criminal environment. What is the implication? Job loss. Because all the investors don't want to come in. Those are already in, they will have to vacate. Another factor again is that there will be a lot of poverty, a lot of hunger, increased criminality. What are we talking about? We are also automatically in a dead society. So I'm begging everybody, this is not the time for pros to come and speak grammar. Let me even speak in local language, please. No be the time we want to speak grammar with this one. This is not the time to begin to speak big English. Say we go school now, we get masters, we get PhD, we are professors. No be the time we dey now. The time when we dey now be say, we will save our country because our country is dead. All of us are dead. We need to rise up and fight for our country. Take back your country, because it's only a thief that will support a thief. It's only a thief that will promote a thief. Are you a thief? Are you the mic? Good night.
Thank you very much, Peter is better. These are very these are I don't these are very serious times. Sometimes I know we laugh about it, we bring out the funny part of it, but truth is that we're in dangerous times. Madam Eunice, please go ahead. After which we come to our booking again.
Good evening, good afternoon, morning, wherever each Nigerian or those listening from other nations. Saddam, I want to thank you for this your violent space and thank God for the vision he gave you during our troubling time to set up this where we can, help us put things right. Jimmy, thank you so much for being so nice to be here always and be truthful. I don't know what I have done. He's on being honest to address every concern that we all need to hear. Steve, thank you so much. What I have to say is in David. I have problem with the safety of David in with all these revelations now that the problem he had in Zimbabwe that made everybody to know where David shoots from. Now that he has come out of the world predicament, it will be nice for us because I've tweeted about in the land. The last speaker just said something, or 2 seconds. The last speaker just said something about that was Jimmy said something about any other Western world. If we can move for any Western world to give him asylum, that is a very nice take. And another thing is how is he sustaining himself in terms of security right in Ghana where he is right now. His health well-being, how does he feel? Is he scared? Some Nigerians who have family in Ghana, please try Nigerian families who are obedient over there to reach out to David and be brothers and sisters keeper over there. Another thing concerning Chicago and releasing the court case today and everything that is happening. I think it's a two double-edged. When Blinken, kind of got around to sending a message to Tinubu or sending Black Americans who came there for the inauguration and everything. Many of Nigerians who are here in the United States tweeted about it, not accepting that the Secretary of State should accept a drug dealer to be inaugurated to lead a country of 200 and plus million humans. Another thing is that I feel that why they are bringing this thing out now is because they know Nigerians are torn over here. Election is coming next year. Most of us help them in this election. I know how many phone bankings I do. I know how many people I've helped in the union to put them when we're having international union organizations or national conventions. We see them on the stages coming to beg us to help us to elect them and all that. So the point I'm just trying to say is a two double-edged sword because they find out that they've messed up. Now they are going to with Nigerians. I mean, our percentage is not bad over here to help vote for them because there's no reason for them to accept, a drug boogeyman to be a leader in Nigeria when they can't allow that to happen in their neighbors, South America, who do drugs. They cannot allow them to be the leaders of their neighbors. Messages for them to be arrested and brought back to Nigeria. So the point I'm just trying to say here is they're trying to give us the impression that, well, there's nothing we can do. Our hands were tied. Your hands were not tied. This report is supposed to come before the election comes out. This report is supposed to come before the inauguration. This report is supposed to come as the judiciary was, handling this case up and down. This report is supposed to come. This would have helped in whatever be the judgment that the judiciary would have made. I don't know, but I think it would have helped. So concerning the death of judiciary, we know where they are heading to. Because now we find out this 2023 election have made us, every Nigerian who is educated, to know, the rocks that is happening in the judiciary. That, some of them use their influence or their wealth to buy all these judges over a case. Now we can't even trust any one of them. In fact, we are on our own. Somebody already said that. If Nigerians can gather over Mohbad, his death and everything, my condolences to all Nigerians and the family. If suddenly Nigerians can go out there to say the death of this young man and the way he's buried so quickly was wrong, and now they've exhumed him and they want to do autopsy, that is how we need to pursue the justice of Nigeria, because the humans that are in millions are bigger than the people 1% that is putting everybody in dungeon. There's no reason everybody should keep quiet over what is happening in Nigeria. Nigeria belongs to every one of us. There's no one that is bigger than any other person. Not a poor man and a poor man and a rich man or what humans are in Nigeria. So far as that blood you are born in Nigeria, you're equal to every other person. So right thing for all of us to do. Yes, Obi is a quiet man. Obi is a quiet man. He wants in a quiet way. That is his own nature. But all of us are not born in the same nature. Some of us are born like David. David had brothers. Why must it be David, the little one? There were so many people that were senior to David in his household. Why must God leave all of them and told Samuel, there's another one. Don't annoy those ones. There's another one. Ask Mr. Jesse about his child. So the point I'm just trying to say is that all of us are not going to be like Obi and just keep quiet. Why we that are in America here are not going to New York to demonstrate is because you guys over there have to do something. You guys can't be quiet. You are the one going over there. What we are trying to do is to help you people so that you people will not die by making sure that we push everything. Because most of us here are contacting our representatives and senators to tell them the position of democracy in Nigeria. But to whom much is required. Okay?
Yeah.
Those of you over there have to do something. They say a man where rich to marry. If he don't do like crazy man, and people don't go marry wife for him. You not go marry wife for you because you behave so everything okay.
All right.
God bless you people.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Eunice. The fight for Nigeria is for everybody. It's just unfortunate that, of course, we also need to those in Nigeria, the sort of mental intimidation and whatever this system have brought in is crazy. But we need to keep speaking and to ensure everybody in their own way does their part. We're trying to save everybody's life. Yeah, everybody. It's just quite sad and unfortunate. All right, quickly, Abuki Nagiri. Please go ahead. Abuki, they don't run a street for Kano. Yeah, they don't run a
Well-meaning
street.
Nigerian. Hello, guys. Thank you very much. Honestly, I'm so down, today. Based on what happened yesterday in Kano, we are still. Today we are on curfew for 24 hours. But we thank God, everything is now in place. Thank you very much for the space. Quickly, I will start with David Hundeyin's issue. I saw his video, and it is our collective responsibility to help this guy because David, he has been the if I can call him the driver of a new Nigeria in our time, because he's the one giving us ingredients to know about all these things that are happening in this country. So we must thank him, and our thanks should be directed towards helping him, to get his to be free of all these things, because they're after him, of course, and they must follow him, and if care is not taken, they will get him. So please, we should, as I heard from the previous speaker, we should look at how we'll get him out of that mess. So quickly, the death of Judiciary. The good people of Kano have witnessed the 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 death of judiciary yesterday, because if you're following the judicial proceedings in the tribunal of Kano State election, you'll know that judiciary is now the most corrupt arm of government in Nigeria. I would like to quote what Saddam used to say on this space, that APC, if we did not get rid of APC, or if we did not kill APC, APC will kill us. I'm telling you, how could you come and hijack the mandate of people and give it to someone for your own personal gain? It is not, oh my goodness. If you come to Kano, you will think that everybody is dead, because nothing is moving on. Everybody is silent. And what stop people from coming into the streets is, this is the first stage. People attempted to come out, but immediately they imposed curfew for 24 hours. People will not take it lightly. So, and the party, and the elders telling people that, please, we should come down, since this is the first stage. There is Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. So that's when the people of Kano will decide their fate. But of course, judiciary has for long been dead in this country. Because I suggested, now, if any electionary period is due, the judges should just come and choose leaders for us. That's all. Because voting in this country is not even counting. Even if you go to the ballot box, you'll be rigged out. So what's the point of going out to vote? And we are calling ourselves a democratic country. So and when the Peter Obi case, was finished, I think last 2 weeks or so, people are saying, this is, I was telling people that, look, this thing you are doing, it will sometimes come to your own doorstep. And this is, and we have seen it in Kano State. And now we are feeling it. The corruption and everything is now touching us. So it is our collective effort to come together to fight all these things. And how are we going to do this? There are ways that we should do it. And we know how to do it. But it's not, but we are delaying. But I don't know when we are going to come out and, fight for our liberation. Well, so, but we have witnessed the death of judiciary in Kano yesterday. Everybody. So, in fact, I'm even speechless for these 2 days. So,
Yeah.
well, thank you very
Burkina
much,
this,
guys.
yeah.
It's so sad.
Yeah.
It's so sad. Honestly, it's so sad.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we have seen it. See, it's well-meaning Nigerian. Me, I've collected national, and I've collected in my state. So the thing is much for me, my own are double. I better go. Anyway, thank you
Anyway,
guys
all right. Thank you
for
very
your
much.
efforts.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abukinagiri. Thank you very much. I really do hope that the appeal court in that Kano's case, I mean, it's very funny. BBC in the UK went as far as calculating Rivers State results for presidential election and saw that, contrary to what INEC declared, Peter Obi won Rivers State. Peter Obi won Obiapo local government overwhelmingly and made a publication. The PEPT only had a few jobs to do, get those votes back to the owner. They didn't do it. Instead, Kanu was busy removing votes. As in, the place that they should remove votes, they didn't remove it. Kanu was busy removing votes. Everything that PEPT said they did not do to make Peter Obi's legal team or whatever did not do. Edo gas lawyer did them and over. The PEPT, God. Come on, what are they? Okay, we're rounding up, so we'll just take Mr. Strong and Jaro Piaro. We'll just take 3 minutes each. Mr. Strong, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, MS Saddam and everybody. Because of time, let me go straight. Can you guys, can you hear me well in Nigeria? Can you hear me very well?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. So, first of all, I want to really talk about David and the need for us to really rally around that guy, because since yesterday I listened to that broadcast that he made. It's really been, my whole mind has been on what the type of stress that guy is on now, knowing how evil Tinubu and his men are. And I'm worried about his safety. And I thank God many people have talked about that. But I want to just mention this, that one of the ways we can support him is to make sure that there is a kind of funds in his pocket. And one of the ways we can do it, I don't think there's anything like a bank account, or we know anything of about his bank account that people can transfer money. But I think the easiest way to also help is to subscribe to his this weekly stuff that he publishes, so that what I'm thinking is that at any point in time, wherever he swipes his card, there should be money in his account. If he needs to move, if he needs to really, go around places, he needs a lot of money around him. And the way we can support him is, if you have not subscribed to that, please do subscribe, just to make sure that he has money available to move around and do some of the things he needs to do at this moment. And like who said, continue to amplify the issue, continue to contact anybody, even in Ghana, or anyone that would think that could be of help. It's important that we really rally around that guy, because like I said this somewhere yesterday, if you don't rally around that guy, defend him, it will be very difficult for someone to stick out his neck to do that kind of job again for us. And it's very important. That's point number one. Point number two is for how do we go forward in Nigeria with all that is going on, and with the seeming lackadaisical attitude of Nigerians. What do we do? That's a very important question. People have been asking, what is the way forward? I want to, touch on what I think Steve said about diasporans rising up. Now, we can go ahead and blame Nigerians and say they are not willing to rise up and do something. It's not going to change anything. Nigeria is a country that we must fight for. So I am suggesting that diasporans begin to re-strategize. The way we mobilized for this election, we need to re-strategize and think of how to wake Nigerians up. It seems that the hunger and the suffering in Nigeria is not like gingering them up to take action. Rather, it has kind of killed everybody's soul, especially because of the fake promises of the 2023 election. Many people ventured to go to vote because they thought that things will be different. So from what happened, I can feel many of them are like, what's the point? So I think we still have a responsibility, diasporans, to find a way to begin to continue to wake Nigerians up, continue to talk on these issues, continue to make sure that people, realize that we don't have to give up. We don't have to give up. If you do, that will be the end of this country. It will be the end of this country. That's point number two. Then the last point I want to make is about just a few seconds. The last point I want to make is about the so-called file the FBI said they are releasing in October. The last lady that spoke went straight to the point I have always known is why they are doing it. It's about the 2024 election. in the US. I spoke earlier today in a space and I said I don't care whatever they are going to release. It's of no use, of no relevance for me as far as I'm concerned. They are because in the US, it is kind of traditional. If you're a Nigerian, you're automatically a Democrat. So they have Nigerians, strong support from Nigerians. So I think that they are kind of trying to play on people's intelligence and say, oh, let's do something to show like there's an effort that we made. When they were supposed to make an effort, they didn't. They didn't do nothing. So it is all about 2024 election. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, whatever she calls herself, they bloody don't care about what is going on in Nigeria. And FBI can release whatever it should. The court in Nigeria will tell you it doesn't matter. So I think we should be straightforward about that. I have not always wanted to talk about this issue because I know how sensitive it is to challenge Nigerians who are Democrats in the US. I know how it is. That this is a very straight point that we need to note. Thank you very much, and sorry for taking our
All
time.
right. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Strong. All right, Jaru Piaro, quickly, 2 minutes if you can. Jaru Piaro, are you there?
Yeah, good evening, good morning, and afternoon, wherever you're speaking from. Amy Saddam, good evening, sir. Well meaning, good evening. My elder brother, Jimmy, good evening. I see everybody on the space, sports lights. My very elderly brother, Aboki Nasa, JP, His Excellency, the incoming of Delta State, Ken Pala, I greet you. Um, I want to. There's something that just brought me up, right? Because there are a lot of stories flying on social media, but I would just want to talk on two things. One is David Odeyin matter, right? Now, David Odeyin matter. I watched the video yesterday till the end, and I think my own message will be to the Nigerian government. We are all David Odeyin. We are all David. We are all David here. So if you touch David, you have touched all of us. If you touch him, it's all of us you have touched. So because we cannot continue in that old order where freedom of speech is not allowed, but it is written. But freedom after speech is now something else. Let it not work again. Let it not work. And I think it's time every one of us to use all our media platform to make this message very strong, because this guy there's no crime he has committed. He only proof. When he talked, he brought out facts about it. So if you touch David, it's all of us you have touched. We are all David here. We are all David. Two is this our Mubad guy case. I just wanted to bring something because I'm wondering, there's something that I've been running in my mind all this evening, right? Since I saw police reports that they are waiting for autopsy reports. Now, I want to just put this. I know it is out of the topic, but please just allow me, because I think people need to hear it. Now, this same police now, that petition was they put petition to, and they did nothing about it. Are we sure that these guys will bring the real report of autopsy? Because this is Nigeria where a judiciary is not doing no sector is doing right thing. How are we sure say police will bring the right report of autopsy for the people? That's because at the end of the day, these boys that are suspects, they are still government boys. I put up a video some few days. This guy that they are pursuing was a guy that was working. Say if you are voting for this, if you are not voting for APC, you should go back to your houses during election day. So they are all these men in government boys. So how will police now bring real reports? So we should be thinking about this also. And I don't believe in any police report that they will. In fact, the report I'm expecting is Mubad was overdose. Yes, so that is what led to. That's what the report I'm expecting from Nigeria police. Because I know they might not
All
give
right.
real reports. Thank you so much. God bless. Thank you so much sir, for
Thank you very
giving me
much,
that space.
PR.
God bless you.
Yeah, thank you. Ejikeme, you have been going back and forth. You have 2 minutes. That's till 12:40 a.m.
Yes, thank you very much, women in Nigeria. I'm just here to support Emir Saddam and, of course, all that Jimmy and other intelligent. Thank you so much again, Jimmy, for linking us up to the Chicago court. That was awesome. Thank you. God bless you. Just to add to what Emir Saddam has said, to amplify, most importantly, Tucker Carlson. Yes, let's bombard his line. I can see already that obedience are doing so. I can't, honestly, without obedience, Nigeria should be closed, actually. We are the only ones holding that country, to be very honest. So be very proud of what you're doing. You're trying to save your country from the criminal drug baron, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We will get this done. There is no way he's escaping this justice on American soil. Again, you can also tag the president of the United States. You haven't committed any offense. Ask him why the criminal drug baron is still in the US when it looks as if hunger is done. He should return back to Nigeria. Shouldn't stay there and cause more trouble. Or ask him whether USA has become a narco state. He has election in 2024, so his image will be very much of interest to him. Let's get this done, guys. We can do it. Atiku cannot do it alone. We're trying to salvage our country. That's all we must do right now. We are all patriots. No retreat, no surrender. Thank you very much. I hear the mic.
Thank you very much, Ejikeme. I think that's actually a good place to bring this place to a close. Like Ejikeme just said, please, please, please. This is not the street. This is Twitter. There's so many materials. Like, and when I say material, there's so many, both tweets, links, and those all over the jumbotron. If you can go and bookmark them now before why Saddam is probably minding up this piece. Please, I think this is like, let's do the ones that we can do, and of course it has been proven that these are effective things. We did it with CSU until today. Their lawyers are still, just imagine with the rascality they wanted to do. If not for that call out, I'm sure by you can even tell it's affected them to an extent. They're trying to sit up. So please, and like Doja said earlier, it's not even just Chicago alone. Tag news media. I like what I'm seeing on the TL. A lot of people making tweets. Please don't just retweet. Make a tweet, even if it's short, or even if you want to copy the one somebody else have made that tags Tucker Carlson, so that it gets so many different, not like a retweeted, one person's tweet being retweeted, like it gets so many tweets. And if you see anyone on your timeline, please retweet it, like it, so that it keeps getting different notifications or different tweets coming to his front. Because believe me, the notification wey that man go dey get in a day, if I want to know many, if you don't notice am, you no go see am. You could just dey pass, so you no go see anything. So please, let's add, and apologies to. I know there are a lot of people that wanted to speak. I don't even know if I'm seeing all the requests. That's like so many requests, but we stayed for quite long, especially because we had to listen to the court proceedings. But of course, I'm sure we'll be back here on Saturday, certainly. So, Saddam, over to you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Thank you, every single one of you, my brother Big Mac. Thank you, guys. It's been on that very good space. Thank you guys for all the contributions. When Nanja have said everything, please. They say what we do is that we talk. Please, yes, let's keep talking. Let's keep talking. Do not a closed mouth is a closed destiny. Keep your voice up there. Keep speaking. Keep tweeting. The most important thing, let your tweet make sense and let it be addressed to some certain quarters. As it stands now, like this, we have to make sure that we just don't get justice in Chicago. We get it swiftly as possible. So please, guys, I'm saying this. We can make a couple of, if every one of us make 5 tweets a day and tagging Tucker Carlson, tagging all these other guys, all this mainstream media. I know many of the mainstream media are bed with all these politicians. I'm not going to lie, but There's a consistency in how the tweets come, the engagements that come. And when you see all those tweets, please jump on it, retweet it, like it, share it, repost it, because most times everybody just want to wait for someone to do something and nobody's doing anything. So we should also be responsible as people. You're not tweeting, you're not retweeting, you just come up on spaces and listen. You should also take responsibility. So don't let's not be as if it is waiting for someone is my DMs and how can we do this? You can start something, please. It's very, very, very important. That is why we are where we are today, because everybody wants to pass responsibility on to the next person. Nobody wants to do the dirty job. So please, guys, let's get our hands dirty. We are about to save our country. We have to save our country. Either way, it's everybody as a collective unit doing what they have to do best. Thank you to every one of you. If you're here for the first time, we're here every Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Saturday will be here by 5 p.m. Nigerian time. We'll be here, God's willing. Thank you to every single one of you that have contributed here. Those that could not speak, please, it's not intentional. It's just that we have to wrap up this place. We have won 1 hour. We have gone 1 hour, I think, or 45 minutes ahead of our time. That over 1 hour 45 minutes actually, I think so. Please, guys, we'll be back here on Saturday. Thank you one more time to my brother, Welcome Nigeria. I'm sorry to all the Nigerians that were out there today that went to for the candlelight procession. I heard the Nigerian police in their usual fashion had to shoot people, shoot tear gas in the air and everything. It's just crazy the banana republic we're getting to right now in that country. But hopefully, when we get to understand that we have to stand up as a people and speak out and come out and do what we have to do and take back our country, then we'll start seeing a system that truly works for the people. But right now, the system just works for a selected few, and it is painful to see. But we have to keep doing our work. Always remember that we are just starting. We are just starting. We should always remember that we are just starting in this journey to freedom. It's not going to be many people will give up. Many people have given up. Many people have lost hope. But we have to just keep going on, because if we all give up, our children will go in 20 years' time. Our children will do what we're doing today. And I don't think that's what we want to be as a people. So, guys, thank you so much for every single one of you that are here on the platform. Thank you to our big handles. I see every single one of you. Thank you, Mama Wakiri. Thank you so much, Spotlight. JP, I see you, my brother. Thank you, Mbolande, Mr. Incoming Kempela. I see you, Your Excellency. Madonna, thank you so much. I see you, my brother Bukina Giri. My sister Nello, I see you, sweet angel. Thank you, Anka Day. Thank you so much, Omega X, my brother. Thank you, Antonia, Mr. Elvis, Tolu Wani, one of my favorite handles on Twitter. Thank you so much, my brother. I see you, Liberty, Damian, Jimmy, thank you, my brother. Well-being Nigeria, thank you so much. God's will for Nigeria, thank you, Mary White. Thank you, Dr. Mary White. Sorry, you have not be. I have to give you your flowers. Thank you, Polonium. Thank you, Gaboni, Mr. Kelly. Hey, longest time. Many of you that ran away, you guys are still back. Thank you, Dr. Bankole. Thank you, Oluwadamilari Olawaski, Lily V. Thank you, Chinoso. Thank you, the Jack Bankole. Thank you to the whole Violence Space team, cast and crew, all of you listening to me from the Violence Space website, the YouTube channel, the radio, every part, Facebook, everywhere. God bless you all. Thank you, Nina, Temi, Dr. Lou, Gladys, Mr. Strong, Adaigwe, Napunzel, Oduntutu, Mr. Justin, Estate, Lami, my brother Tumbadike, thank you, Shrubs, GRV, Mr. Waleri, Anze, Amoda, I see my brother Chulo, Emmanuel Agali, Mugzi. Guys, Mr. Omar Sani, good to have you on the platform today. Thank you to every single one of you guys that came out today. We'll be back here, God's willing, on Saturday. I can't call all names, but you guys know you guys are loved on this platform. Thank you for always supporting us. We'll be back here next week. Sorry, on Saturday, 5 p.m. Nigerian time. As we always on the platform, we do this for God, for country, and for our families. Love you all. See you guys. Stay safe and good night. Big Mag, thank you. I did not see you. All right, good night, guys. Good night.